Good morning, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Are we all a little freaked out? About a Linux bug in every major Linux distro? Basically every Linux distro. That was found with the help of AI. Of course. Of course it was found with the help of AI. And it was a bit scary, just a bit scary. Good morning, Justin, Mohammed. How we doing? It's newsletter day, so obviously we're going to be talking news. I can't not start with, let me see really quick. How do I make sure? Yeah, that's what I thought. I forgot to set this up. Let me make sure I get this. How could I not start with copy fail? Oh my gosh. Did everyone read about this? I really don't like this write-up. This write-up was confusing at best. To be fair, it is pretty low-level stuff in terms of the exploit, right? Speaking of, I'm actually pretty excited to see Low Level's video on it because he's usually good at diving in deep on these things. If you haven't seen this yet, I'm probably not going to make a dedicated video about it. I'll leave this one to Ed. But every Linux distro after 2017 was vulnerable to this privilege escalation. So the interesting part about privilege escalation most of the time is that this does not, hopefully privilege escalation means you're already on the box, right? So you already have to have a user on the machine. Problem is there's some situations where that is very common, right? Multi-tenant Linux hosts, so shared boxes, shell as a service, jump hosts, build servers. Multiple users can share a kernel, and then any user can become root. Kubernetes clusters is obviously another one. This was the big one that stood out to me, right? GitHub Actions, we've just been beating up on these things, right? But these build boxes, so anything that executes untrusted PR code as a regular user on a shared kernel, a PR can become root on the runner. So that one stood out to me for sure, right? Like this one, hopefully, build servers, jump hosts, it's like other team members of yours, right? This is like, yeah, okay, we can get root on a build server. And then, yeah, for some reason, I've worked so many places that, what's the word? There's a word about how like evolution keeps producing crabs, right? How like the crab body has just like formed multiple times in like multiple disparate ways via evolution. I think the engineering version of that is, for some reason, I've worked a ton of places that continue to like come up with, someone has the idea, what if we let the users write their own code? Like remote code execution as a service has like come up at virtually every job that I've had. Someone's like, well, why don't we let the users write code? Or like, why don't we let someone upload code and then we'll run it in our environment for them? And for some reason, that just happens a lot. So this might sound weird, like cloud SaaS running user code, but it happens. And obviously there's some like legitimate reasons for this, but with this vulnerability, they could get root on the box. This is a gnarly one. The other reason that this one caught a ton of attention, obviously this matters a whole lot less for just like you and your Linux machine by yourself hanging out with like no multi-user, no like random users or whatever, because this is not remotely triggerable without having a user ID on the box. But the reason this one caught a ton of attention is with the public vuln announcement came the POC, right? So, and that's it. That's the whole script. You're looking at it. That's the whole script that just gives root on the box. 10 lines of code. Well, shucks. But yeah, my text messages were full last night with people running this on their own machines and confirming that it works. So this POC is legit, right? This is all it takes. You don't even have to download the damn thing. You could run it via curl, and boom, you got root. So their whole thing obviously is like, hey, yeah, we've ordered in priority of like people who should patch based on those shared boxes and things like that. But everyone just please patch. Because we don't know what kind of edge cases and weird ways that people are going to figure out how to execute this. Right now, Priv-esque, not remote, but who knows, right? I did see that Graphene OS said that they were not impacted because they didn't load this particular kernel module. What was remotely exploitable? No. Requires low code execution, but chain it with anything else that gives you anything and your root. Silently root, I might add. So I saw some other people that were like, well, why would you even bother pairing this with some of these other vulns that are like less severe? And the whole thing is like, oh, because that one doesn't silently give you root. Some people were feeling a little spicy about the fact that they didn't wait the 90 days for the POC release from the time that the vuln was disclosed. I'm of the opinion that this one, if a patch had to go out all of a sudden to like every major Linux distro, I think probably they did the math on we're not going to be able to keep the lid on this one, right? So we might as well get out ahead of it. That's what I'm thinking, right? Is like, hey, we let the distros know. We give them a month to prepare the patches. It says the major builds are out as of this writing. But the other obvious like talking point here for this one is that this one was AI assisted. So it said the starting insight, the splice part of the bug, hands page cache pages into the crypto subsystem, and that scatter list page provenance might be an underexplored bug class. Like, what the fuck is this sentence, right? Anyway, so a talented human researcher at Zint basically thought of that. And as we're seeing with a lot of even the Mythos bugs, even the Mythos bugs, there's like harnesses that like the most advanced users are using to hand specific bits of code to Mythos. So it's like, okay, like all those Firefox bugs that we saw, if you read the blog post of how they found them, the harness was basically, hey, we're going to tell the agent that there is a vulnerability of this type in this file and then give it the file, like one at a time. And then it found legitimate bugs by doing that. You basically lie to it, right? And you just say like confidently, there is a, vulnerability, use after free vulnerability in this file, find it and like write me a POC, right? And they found hundreds of legitimate bugs that way by handing it one file at a time and saying that. I think that's kind of the same case here, right? Is like, hey, hand it this like very specific piece of code and say, this whole like thing is an underexplored bug class. And then, this Zint code thing was able to scale that idea up across like a whole thing in an hour. It's what copy fail was the highest severity vuln in that run. There could be other vulns, right? No, this wasn't Mythos. They don't have they're not Project Glasswing. They're not this company isn't Project Glasswing. Actually, speaking of, I do want to pivot. I didn't have this queued up. Let me try to find it real quick. Where is... Hold on. What's his website? Yeah, here, check this out. So Niels used to be a security researcher at Google. Funnily enough, I, for some reason, fell into a YouTube hole years ago about bladesmithing, like making knives and swords and shit. And it was just like super fascinating to like watch like blacksmiths and bladesmiths. And I watched Niels's like entire YouTube channel of making knives. And then I found out he was like a top security researcher at Google. I was like, what the fuck? This guy I've been watching making knives is like better than me at everything in my own industry. Yes, he is. So, anyway, now I'm in like a pretty small group chat with him and we bullshit from time to time, but he's a super smart dude. But he's been doing, this bit of research where, oh wait, this isn't the thing. Yeah, this one. Wait a second. I got to send this to some people. I didn't see that one. And then this one. So his whole like theory was you actually don't need Mythos, right? So he's been talking about this. Let's read it, right? So the prevailing narrative in the AI-driven security claims that discovering novel vulnerabilities is a frontier feature, right? So like too dangerous to be released to the public. You can't possibly find the level of 0 days that we could find with Mythos. Mythos! Right? Like, because super secret Mythos. But he's claiming the point that it's not actually the thing. So it's like, okay, recent high-profile reports highlighted the ability of these advanced models to uncover decades-old vulnerabilities. So in this blog, I didn't read this blog yet, but I was talking to him in a group last night, and he said he basically recreated the like headline Mythos finding without Mythos. And a lot of people have, I think Isle had done this already too. So his whole thing, again, spoiler, is going to be like this framework and harness setup that he has, which is the superpower, right? Even with the better frontier models, harnesses are super important. And especially without the utmost frontier model, harnesses kind of get you like pretty much all the way there. The Mythos soundboard is underrated. Dude, I am so proud of it. It's so good. It's so good. I got three different Mythos voices. I haven't picked a favorite yet. I just kind of randomly hit one when I reach over. So it'll be a surprise for us each time which of the three I pass over. All right. So his whole thing, he's calling it IronCurtain. Oh, it's open source. Cool. IronCurtain, early stage research project exploring how to make AI agents safe enough to be genuinely useful. Autonomous AI agents can manage all this stuff, but a single prompt injection can turn drift. Interesting. All right, we're gonna look into that more. I haven't played with IronCurtain yet. I just saw him talking about it. So I built my workflows. Why is Mythos not already found copy fill? I mean, it's been out for like 7 minutes. Hey, thanks for subscribing. I think we're going to get a lot of those alerts today. I think I have a short on YouTube that's getting a lot of views right now. So I don't think any of the subscribers that we're going to get alerts for are actually hanging out in live, which is unfortunate. But yeah, that's what's happening. I have a short that is getting a lot more than my normal view rate. It's the Robinhood phishing one, in case you're curious. What are your thoughts on cybersecurity for assets that perform physical functions like critical infrastructure or even crazy stuff like missile launchers? Potential breaches and stuff like that freak me out. AI is making it easier to subscribe. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I mean, it's huge. It's huge. It's huge. I actually have an article pulled up. Where is it? Is this it? No. And where did it go? I swear I had it pulled up. Oh, yeah. Here. Like, I mean, it happens, right? And we're seeing it happen right now. And I did a whole video about like the future of warfare is turning cyber. There's always been a component of warfare that's cyber, but obviously we're in a few kinetic conflicts right now between Iran and then like the operation that we ran pretty quickly in Venezuela. There's been reports of like a cyber component that preceded the physical component, right? And so, knocking the power out in Venezuela is apparently what went down. Like there was reports that all the lights in like the city where they swooped in Venezuela went out like a few minutes before the choppers rolled in. Right. Obviously we don't have a ton of information about it. Here's this one. Kim Zetter wrote the book on Stuxnet, like literally. So, here, I'll put this in chat if you want to read it. Cause I still want to go back and talk about the other article we were reading, but, Kim Zetter literally wrote the book on Stuxnet, which, if you're not familiar, is the malware that infected the nuclear centrifuges, right? Oh, don't be sorry for the sidebar at all. We're chilling in chat today, man. It's pretty quiet. You're it. You're holding down the fort in Twitch. Don't worry about it. You're good. Thanks for being here. I'm always happy to answer questions. Unless I say I'm not, unless I'm like, hey, no more questions today. We're going to be talking about this stuff. I'm going to text Niels that we're reading his blog. I'm just going to text him. He was just writing in the group, so I'm just going to say, thanks, dude. Oh, man. I think I dumped the link in chat. Did it not come through? It shows that it came through on screen. Boop. Oh, why is it not here? Yeah. Oh, no worries, Justin. Thanks for hanging out. It's a quiet day, which bodes well for me getting the newsletter done. Because sometimes I get too excited talking to you guys and I don't write the damn newsletter. And then I'm here until 8 o'clock at night in the office. So we're going to do it. We're going to read some news and then we're going to get the newsletter done today. What if I got it done before lunch? Oh my God. Imagine. When I used to have the day job, I'd be up until 2 o'clock in the morning writing the newsletter every week. That was pretty brutal. All right. So I want to go through Niels's harness description here, right? So he built his workflows on top of his IronCurtain framework, because his whole theory is basically you don't need Mythos. Using a specialized vulnerability discovery workflow, I replicated the frontier findings and autonomously discovered a new zero-day in foundational software with Opus 4.6 and Sonnet 4.6 and an open model like Z.AI GLM 5.1, right? IPv8 proposed. Oh, great, because v6 has gone so well for adoption. IronCurtain is a research prototype I designed to enable structured agentic security research. The framework supports arbitrary workflows structured as finite state machines via plain YAML definitions. To automate vulnerability discovery, I built a vuln discovery workflow within this FSM. This workflow introduces a central orchestrator agent and acts as a strategic router. It decides which specialized agent to dispatch next based on an append-only execution journal. No, I know, not you. The journal lets the model maintain state, test hypotheses, and navigate the code. Okay, cool. Gives it memory, basically. The orchestrator does not read the target source code itself. It relies entirely on the journal to manage the investigation until producing a final vulnerability findings report. The journal and other on-disk artifacts allow every agent state to begin with a fresh context window and rehydrate from the disk. This is hyper important in like every AI scaffolding tool that I use. Is like everything that you're doing gets a fresh context window, right? This is like one of the powers of Miesler's Pi. This is one of the powers of Maestro. This is huge, right? That said, this workflow is token intensive. A single run against a moderately sized code base can consume roughly 10 million tokens on Opus or Sonnet. 5 runs on ZII hosted GLM average 27 million tokens each, reflecting more iteration cycles to reach the same conclusion. ZII lists GLM 5.1 at $1.40 per million input tokens and $4.40 per million output, putting the per investigation cost in the same range as Sonnet, despite the higher volume. So it's cheaper, but you got to run it a lot more. Truly local inference on commodity workstation hardware remains an aspiration rather than a demonstration here. A smaller distilled candidate like Qwen 3.5 distilled could not run the workflow. Interesting. Okay. So replicating the 1998, which was like the headline vuln, right? Anthropic's red team, 27-year-old vulnerability, right? Mythos, oh my gosh, it can find anything. Mythos! I'm just going to hit it too much today. This specific bug was meaningful to me as I was responsible for committing to OpenBSD sec in November of 98. What a fucking legend. This guy's like, hey, this bug meant a lot to me because I was committing code to OpenBSD in 1998. Oh, just absolutely legend behavior. Just legend things. Oh my gosh. That's so fucking funny. To test whether open orchestration could replicate this frontier capability, I pointed an early iteration of the vuln discovery workflow at this historical unpatched C code. So he took the same code that Mythos was looking at, right? Using Sonnet 4.6 analyst agent, the workflow mapped the structural data flow and call chains. The FSM, what did he say FSM was? Finite state machines via plain YAML definitions. Got it. I forgot that very quickly. The finite state machine orchestration follows a simple discipline. Hypothesize statistically, validate by execution. Anything else is noise. In this workflow, a proof of concept is an executable harness that triggers the vulnerability to prove reachability and surface memory corruption. This is huge because a lot of the vulns that even Mythos that I'm hearing out of Project Glasswing participants, like thousands of vulnerabilities, a ton of them are like not reachable, not loaded in memory, right? So basically unexploitable, but like true, that code would be vulnerable if it was ever invoked properly, basically, right? So this is huge. I mean, like the vast majority of findings that I'm hearing out of Project Glasswing don't hold up to this. Still, though, I'm hearing like legit mature security programs finding dozens of RCEs on mature code bases that have been reviewed in Glasswing. So, all right. So provide empirical evidence beyond static analysis. Sure. However, during the first test of the FSM harness, the prompting and journal keeping were not yet sufficient to keep the system on track. Because the secure IronCurtain container could not natively boot on OpenBSD virtual machine, the agent fell back entirely on static analysis. Okay, because it's like OpenBSD virtual machine couldn't run this container. It identified the bug, but stopped short of executing it and giving the POC. This limitation led to an iterative improvement in the workflow. It became clear that initial hypothesis exploration does not require a full VM. It can happen via lightweight harnesses such as single function fuzzing. Ooh, that's super cool. Morning. Only the final POC required the VM path. Interesting. To finalize the validation, I used Opus 4.6 directly via Claude Code. With some manual steering, I got the model to first replicate the bug via lightweight fuzzing. I designed a standalone high-performance fuzzer for the specified C function, systematically sweeping the input space in seconds. The model isolated the exact trigger, a difference of just 2 sequence numbers out of 4.3 billion, sitting precisely on the 32-bit integer sign boundary. That's nuts. My buddy was texting me. I just sent my buddy this blog and he's like, I'm on the other side of the planet of this IronCurtain thing. I'm giving my agents like full disk access. I don't even care. And I'm like, yeah, I'm more interested in the fact that he found 0 days with Sonnet 4.6. That's kind of nuts. Once the parameters were isolated via fuzzing, I had the model build a QEMU-based driver to test against the live VM, reliably replicating the kernel panic, OpenBSD replication. Okay. So this is interesting that he was able to do it, but I've heard a bunch of people able to replicate finding of this bug without Mythos, right? So like, it seems like this bug wasn't particularly hard to find. It just was like buried in bits of code that like traditional fuzzing didn't really reach and like human review didn't really look at. So yeah, we've seen people use the open source models to find this bug. So cool proof of concept that like he did it. What I'm interested in is using sorry. So yeah, Meisler's like, dude, I didn't even consider that. I should just hook up my whole rig to Sonnet 4.6. Why the fuck am I running Opus 4.7? It's like, yep. Yeah, he only went to Opus 4.6 for more efficient POC writing. Sonnet 4.6 and even What was the open model that he said? Yeah. This one. Yeah, so even Sonnet 4.6 and even this open weight model from Z.ai. I'm not even familiar with that particular open weight model, right? Morning, Nemra. Is Nemra? Is that how I should say it? I don't know. Your profile picture is a car. Nemra. We're going with Nemra. What's up, Brandon? For those of you just joining, reading this blog post by a guy I know, Niels, who was, I don't know if still is, but was a like top security researcher at Google. What's his CV say now? He's at Lacework still around? I thought Lacework got like acquired or something. I didn't think Lacework was still around. Head of security at Stripe, but for a very long time, very, very long time, he was like one of the lead security engineering researchers at Google. But I literally found him watching all of his YouTube videos about making like swords and knives and stuff. I don't know if I watched it on this YouTube account, so they're probably not going to show up. Yeah, no, they're not going to show up as whatever. I watched all of these. I binged his Bladesmith stuff and then found out that he was like a top security researcher at Google. I was like, what? Anyway, so yeah, anyone who's just joining, he is using his custom built harness to use less sexy models than the frontier models to then find the vulnerabilities that like Mythos was big on. So we just finished this part. He replicated the Mythos OpenBSD finding, which is like kind of interesting, but we've seen a few people do already. So it leads me to believe that vuln wasn't necessarily super hard to find. No, he's specifically not using Mythos. Mythos! We're gonna hit that button so much today. I don't even care. But what I want, he said he found other 0 days. Do you guys use Obsidian? I'm like for some reason, a bunch of my homies are like big Obsidian junkies. And I just like cannot. I can't adopt it. I'm like reading a thread. Some people are like trying to hook their AI agents up to Obsidian for like long memory and stuff like this. I just can't. I'm just not a note taker. I never have been a note taker. And so anything that even like smells like taking notes, my brain just does not fire. Like the neuron just doesn't fire to be like, why don't you open something to like jot a note down? Like that neuron doesn't fire. Doesn't happen. So like I've seen all these like crazy life hacks, especially with Claude Code. Like, oh, Claude Code can run in an Obsidian vault. You can have like your AI agents dump into an Obsidian vault, and like you have this whole second brain thing. And I'm like, yeah, but that requires you to open it. That requires you to like try to write shit down ever. I just don't, man. I don't know. Information for school. Yeah, if you're in school, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, I do. I obviously took notes in school sometimes. All right, there was one class I remember very specifically enjoying taking notes, okay? One. And it worked. This guy taught the way that my brain learned, okay? I don't know what's wrong with my brain. Like, I should be studied. I need an autopsy. I need a lobotomy and an autopsy. And then someone could tell me what's going on. But like, I remember it so specifically. It was AP biology. Okay. So college level class in high school. And the guy had his notebooks. Like the teacher had notebooks. What's up, Gidry? You like to write to stimulate multiple memory? Yeah. Okay. Here. That's exactly what I was about to say. So he had his notebooks from like, and he'd been teaching forever. So he had his notebooks from like the 80s, right? That was his whole curriculum. Turns out biology hasn't changed a whole lot, right? So he had his whole curriculum, just like, here's how I teach this thing. And he had literal, like, he had lines on the chalkboard, right? And he mandated it. He was like, you're all buying this kind of like line notebook, and you all have to copy word for word. And he like checked, you have to copy what I put out on the chalkboard, right? He had it down to like, he knew what he was writing on each line of the chalkboard, right? And then he'd wait and he'd say, okay, has everyone got that down? He'd like say it. He'd like explain it. He'd say it and he'd write it and he'd make you write it. And that combination of I heard it, I saw it and I read it, and then I wrote it, locked in memory, locked. Like, I don't know if I used to have like a much better memory. I have pretty good memory, but I got a 5 on that AP test. I didn't study. This is not bragging. I didn't get a single other good AP test score in my entire life. That was the only one. But like reading it, hearing it, and writing it all at the same time, holy shit. Like if I had to like try to be a student right now and like learn something, like actually learn something, that's like the tried and true method, I think. Gidry, what's your name after? Did this with SQL course in college and figured out SQL syntax is just from the often. Why say lot word when few word do trick? Sequel. Could you apply that to learning cybersecurity? Yeah, if there's like parts of cybersecurity you haven't like really locked in yet, you know? Yeah, if I had to like take a test in cyber and like had to like memorize some bullshit, sure. The envy. My brain refuses to keep information unless it's a random fact. Yeah. Is Gidry from something? Gidry Hill. We all learn not. Well, we always learn not, especially at school. I mean, yeah. If so, how would I go about it? Okay, so maybe I would like try to find some like YouTube course or something that would like explain something to me. And like hearing it, yeah, I don't know how it would replicate. This was I've never, ever experienced this ever again in my life, right? Because I just had an hour every day of AP Bio where for the hour, and then we had lab, right? So sometimes it was 2 hours, but for an hour, it was like lecture, and then it was lab. And during lecture, it was just, hey, like, write this down. You have to write it down. Oh, just random popping on stream. Happy to discover you. No. Hey, glad you're here. I'm a Yankees fan, and there's an old Yankee named Ron Guidry. And so I've had 2 family members name their pets Guidry after the Yankee Guidry. So I was just asking if your name, if your handle had anything to do with the Guidry that multiple cats in my life have been named Guidry. I've never owned a cat. Multiple family cats in my life have been named Guidry. Hey, I'm walking here. What up, Roman? Good to see you. Take notes, but a lot of my career is built on see one, do one, teach one. Yeah. That's same, right? I definitely learn better by like explaining, but I just kind of naturally wind up explaining a lot anyway. But for me, I just typed in this group chat because like these obsidian junkies, I'm always yelling at them. I'm like, please don't make me try this again. I've tried like 3 or 4 multiple times, concerted efforts, hours. Don't even know they exist. Glad to know they might watch some match then. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I figured not, right? It's like an old picture from the 1970s and 80s. But it was just kind of weird that your profile picture is a cat and your name was Guidry. And I've literally known 2 cats named Guidry. Got it. Maybe they knew. Got it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, but I'm like yelling at these guys in chat because they're like, oh, this thing's got an Obsidian plugin. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, please. I've tried like literally 3 or 4 times for like weeks of like, okay, Matt, hit the fucking keyboard shortcut to open an Obsidian note. Like we're doing it. We're writing an Obsidian note about this meeting that you were just in. And I don't. I last like 2 meetings. I last 2 fucking meetings. And then I'm like, never taking a note again. This was awful. I don't like it. I don't know why. My brain just doesn't do it, man. It's either like in memory coming out my mouth or like it does not exist. I just can't. My buddy even like bought me this like little bracelet thing that you hit a button and it like records and takes notes for you. He's like, here, try this, right? And it'll like dump into stuff and like you can do stuff with it with AI and blah, 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 and notes and whatever. I'm like, cool, thanks, man. See, I don't have to take notes. This is great. I got this new bracelet thing. Then what happens? My brain doesn't even hit the fucking button. Like I'm not like, oh yeah, I should hit the button now. Until afterwards, and I'm like, oh man, I didn't do it. And so then, you know, I haven't even charged the damn thing. I don't even know where it is. It's probably in my backpack at home. Oh, you moved to Loop because we're a Microsoft shop. What the fuck is Loop? I've never even heard of Loop. Microsoft Loop? I've never even heard of this. Going to take a coffee break, debugging CUDA. Unsloth is painful, but match is next. Oh yeah, cheers to the coffee break. I got some black cold brew in here. Hey, I will always be listening. Honestly, you envy your memory. I can't handle 7 projects. There's no way I can remember what to do for my projects without notes. How's Matt today? Matt's a little tired. Matt stayed up until 2 in the morning researching random shit that I didn't need to be researching. Integrates with Copilot and Teams. Nightmare stack. Microsoft Copilot, Teams, and some random thing called Loop. Nightmare blunt rotation. Even with notes, you forget the background of an issue. You get confused with another. Yeah, no, I don't. I just don't. I don't know why. I do have an assistant that like makes sure that I don't just like randomly not do shit that I'm supposed to be doing. But I generally remember that the thing exists, and just like you run 2 businesses and you're on camera like 15 hours a week, you just don't wind up having time to like do, you just deprioritize random shit. And then unfortunately someone's got to yell at me to be like, hey Matt, you got to fucking pay for that hotel that you're going to. They're screaming at you. Save you from what? What up, Ed? Ed, I sent you a signal message while you were in Miami. I'm now publicly bugging you about it because you're here, and I love that you show up in here. Everyone, go follow Ed. This is my traditional. Ed's here. Welcome. This is my daily. Hey everyone, Low Level TV is here. Go follow him. He's better than me at everything. This is okay. Now we'll get that out of the way. Greetings from your car en route to Dave Spark Andy Ellis event in Canton, Mass, of all places. Left early to allow time for vuln. Thanks. Oh, it was like we were like voice messaging back and forth, and I think whatever. It's I wanted to bug you about if you got to ask your homie who helps you if he would illegally take me on. I was talking to Nord, and I guess he knows your boy too. No worries. I figured you were at React Miami. It's not a huge deal. But I was like, now that you're here, I can publicly shame you. No, don't worry about it. Oh, Nord lurks in your Discord. Cool. Yeah, I was talking to Nord about it, and my Nord like self-describedly doesn't do thumbnails, and so here, check it out. Open. Let's see. Do we like this thumbnail for the? I made the GitHub video yesterday. How do we like this thumbnail, everybody? Going back, so like instead of like the black room floating face, I kind of wanted me in the studio again. GitHub hacked and broken. Oh wait, my face is in the way. I see that now. That's a good thumbnail, right? Come on, that's better than I've been doing. I'll tell you that. All right, Low Level. I'm excited. May want to scale it up to kill the dead space in the top right. All right, thank you. This doesn't need to be a thumbnail consultation. That's my bad. I'm an asshole. Where did I fucking put that blog? God damn it. Where did I put the blog? No, not this. Did I really get rid of it? Hold on. Opening random browsers on stream. What could go wrong? Low Level. Did you make this video? Oh my God, you just typed it. So we started stream talking about this, and I literally said on stream, you can go watch the VOD, not fucking around. I said, I'm not going to make a YouTube video about this. I'm going to wait for Ed's YouTube video about this, because this is literally a low-level bug. This is like fell into your fucking lap, right? Okay, great. If it goes out in an hour or so, maybe we'll watch it after you fall off stream. And I won't, because I won't make you watch yourself. You can't tell if your video is going to do well or be dog shit. It's so technical. No, it probably won't do well. I mean, maybe it will. Who the fuck knows, right? But like, I tweeted about it. It barely got any attention. And I'm like, people are like, yeah, but you fucking need a user on the box. And I'm like, yeah, have you ever heard of GitHub Actions, you fuck? Like, and someone, I said all Linux distros, and someone was like, the word all doing some heavy lifting here. And I'm like, the fuck Linux distro isn't impacted that we give a shit about, right? Like, oh, Graphene OS, dozens of users aren't impacted by this. Like, cool, I don't give a shit about a phone anyway, because it's not going to fucking have another user on the phone. Like, that's pretty particularly like, oh, Graphene OS not impacted. Cool. What's the multi-user shit on your phone? I don't care, you know? But fucking like CI runners, big deal, right? Right? I wasn't even that concerned about this kind of shit because it's like, oh, shared dev boxes, jump boxes. I'm like, yeah, but those are trusted users anyway, right? I'm like, I understand that that's like a big part of multi-user things or whatever. Kubernetes clusters was interesting, right? And then I said the line that I always say, right? What's the word that like evolution continues to produce crabs? There's like this phenomenon in evolution that crabs keep showing up. I said the engineering equivalent of that is I've worked so many places that for some reason, literally every place I've ever worked, someone has the bright idea of remote code execution as a service, right? Hey, why don't we give our users ability to give us code and we'll execute it, right? And it's like, yeah, okay, that's like a vulnerability. Like, and yeah, you can do it in a sandbox and blah, blah, blah. And everyone always does it, right? Literally, like everywhere I've ever worked has come up with the bright idea of remote code execution as a service. So this kind of shit does happen, right? Like, it's like, you know, you can run code on a box as a non-root user. But like the other bit, like this POC is fucking 10 lines of code. And the other bit I'm excited for your take on is a specialized harness driven by an intelligent security researcher was able to scale up his research with AI in order to find this. No, I know. I saw that. I saw that. Oh, that's not the right GitHub link. I know they minimized the fuck out of it, right? Like this is kind of insane for sure. But hey, right? Minimized. It's still not a lot of code is kind of what I'm getting at. Like it wasn't some crazy multi-step exploit, right? This is pretty stuffed in here, for sure. Anyway, super interesting. I'm excited to watch your video on it because, you want to know a line that broke my fucking brain? Here, this. I read this. I was like, I've been in this industry 18, 19 years. Okay, I don't think I'm a slouch. I know I'm not about to like go write a buffer overflow. You know, it's been like probably about 17 years since I've written a buffer overflow. This line, I know what those words mean individually. Splice, the splice function hands page cache pages into the crypto subsystem that the scatter list page provenance might be an underexplored bug class. What the fuck do any of those words mean, Ed? I'm so excited for your video. What does that mean? I have no fucking clue what any of that means. Underexplored bug class, I understand, obviously, right? So the researcher basically said, hey, I think that this is under-researched. It's fucking everywhere, but I have no idea what any of this means. Page cache pages into the crypto subsystem that the scatter list page provenance. No fucking clue. Sorry, I'm too smooth brain. AppSec Kitty out of his depth here. I'm like, can I write a JavaScript exploit? Because I don't know what the fuck any of this means. Anyway, so excited for your video on this. I literally am not making a video on it because I was like, I'm going to be super fucking stupid. The whole write-up was kind of like not great, right? but the POC was legit. My texts were blowing up last night of people trying the POC on different distros that they had running, and it was working. So, all right. I mean, a bunch more people showed up since I started reading this blog. Took you 2 hours to understand last night. Okay. It would have taken me 2 weeks then. So Ed and anyone else who just showed up, we're going through Niels. Niels is like an acquaintance. We hang out in a few group chats together. We have mutual friends. I wouldn't call him like a homie, but we're in a few small group chats together, right? And Niels has been doing a lot of vulnerability research, and he wrote this IronCurtain harness. He used to be one of the head security research engineer people at Google. Super fucking smart guy. He wrote his like custom harness that's like supposed to be a little bit safer to do AI-y stuff. I haven't gone really into his IronCurtain harness yet, but his whole thing was, hey, can we find these like Mythos bugs? Mythos. We find these Mythos bugs with non-Mythos models, right? Could we throw Sonnet and Opus at things with the right harness and this like vuln discovery workflow that he created, and find those same bugs? And so he basically did, right? He's like, it's super token expensive to do it the way that he's doing it. He even did it with an open weight model, obviously less efficient, so it almost pretty much cost the same, right? Do a React video of low levels. Oh, yeah, I'm going to wait till he's off stream. So I will not force him to watch himself. That would be torture. I would never sit in chat and watch someone watch me. But anyway, he replicated finding the BSD one with Sonnet 4.6, which is kind of crazy. And then Opus 4.6 is what he upgraded to in order to write the POC, I think, right? But he's got like a really customized fuzzing workflow. So it designed a standalone high performance fuzzer for the specific C function, systematically sweeping the input space in seconds. The model isolated the exact trigger, a difference of just 2 sequence numbers out of 4.3 billion, sitting precisely on the 32-bit integer sign boundary. Right, so pretty impressive non-Mythos finding. But we've seen other people replicate the OpenBSD one for a bit. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. I want to get to this next section of the blog. So the bit that I haven't read about yet is apparently he's found novel 0 days with this, right? So he wanted to prove out his harness by replicating the Mythos thing. And now he like went and found some other stuff. So we're going to read that now. So his vuln discovery workflow surfaced previously unreported vulnerabilities and significant bugs across 4 widely used open source projects, each with years of public fuzzing and dedicated security review. The 2 case studies below describe representative runs. Specific identities and exact bug mechanics are withheld while upstream coordination and CV assignment. So we don't know what we don't know yet because the bugs aren't fixed and don't have CVEs and all that kind of stuff. But we pulled up this guy's CVE just in case you guys weren't here during it. This is not a bullshitty guy, right? Distinguished engineer at Google from 03 to 18. Oh, important bit. Why he wanted to go replicate this OpenBSD bug. This was close to his heart because this bug was meaningful to me because I was responsible for committing to OpenBSD the TCP SAC implementation, including this bug in November of 1998. He wrote the vulnerable code, is what I'm reading there. This is fucking nuts. I missed that part when I just read it earlier, including the bug. I was responsible for committing to OpenBSD in 1998, including the bug. I missed that part earlier. This is fucking nuts, right? How lucky are we that we get to read this research? I gotta tweet that out. I gotta tweet that out. Hold on. We're gonna tweet this. Is he on Twitter? I don't even know. Twitter's been such hot garbage lately. I literally cannot open it on screen without nonsense, like without confidently being like, I don't know if nonsense is going to be there. That shouldn't be on stream. Is Niels on? Niels Provo. Yes, he is. Am I sharing my screen? I'm not. Oh my God. It's fucking nuts, right? Am I reading, like, I'm reading that right? The specific bug was meaningful to me as I was responsible for committing to the OpenBSD TCP SAC implementation, including the bug in November of 1998. Let's share the blog post. Wild. All right. Can we fucking read this thing? Can you guys tell I'm not a note taker? Can you guys just like watch the ADD happen live on stream? That's absolutely insane. I wasn't even following him on Twitter. Oh, because he doesn't tweet anymore. He hasn't tweeted since over a year ago. That's why I didn't follow him. Oh God, this tweet is like now gaining attention. Did you guys see my dumb shit post from yesterday? That's like, it wasn't gaining any traction, and now all of a sudden people are laughing at it. I wonder who like retweeted it. Not now, honey. GitHub and Claude Code are both up at the same time. A dumb joke I thought of. All right. Let's read about the 0 days. So while analyzing a widely deployed media framework, can we guess? Can we guess? Everyone drop your guesses in chat. I think we know exactly which one this is. If you've been paying attention to cybersecurity this year or Google, come on, drop guesses. Give the chat some hints. Okay. They're run by a team of volunteers. This was a meme a few months ago. Open source media framework. Had a bunch of bug bounty drama recently. Heavily deployed basically everywhere. Google has a large part to play in the drama here, which is interesting given Neil's background. My guess, here, I'll pull it up. My guess. They don't even have like a cool logo at the top of their GitHub. Gosh, you guys, no guesses. My guess. You shouldn't feel dumb. It's okay. Just watch every video I put out ever. Commit all the videos that I've ever made to memory, and you will forever know the answers to my dumb trivia questions. Yeah, they had a bunch of drama because you're driving the box truck. No worries, Mom. I always appreciate the people that I'm like on their side monitor for. If you guys don't remember, Google's like AI vuln finding thing, like in DeepMind, and this is like pre Opus and 4.6 and pre a lot of the AI vuln explosion stuff. AI push matching newsletter, Obsidian brain map. Make no mistakes. Pre like AI vuln explosion, Google's AI thing was sending vuln reports to FFmpeg with vulns. FFmpeg kind of publicly went on a rant, and they were like, "What? Like, what are we doing? You're fucking Google. We're a team of volunteers. Send a pull request. Fix the fucking bug. It's open source. Don't just send some AI generated vuln report over the fence." Like, cool. Thanks for the vuln. Send a fix. You're a $4 trillion company. We're a team of volunteers. This was like the line that they kept repeating, right? And so it like re-sparked an age-old debate about vulnerability disclosure. Google's like, we're security engineers. We don't fix code. We find vulns. Those are two different skill sets. Like, well, again, $4 trillion company, help us out. And public drama ensued. I think that's probably what this is talking about. I think that's a fairly easy guess. The vuln discovery workflow discovered a previously unreported vulnerability using Opus 4.6. The framework identified the flaw, produced a multi-component harness to confirm the underlying primitive. So here's my question, because I've been trying to do I kind of stopped because Mythos came out, and I was like, well, fuck this. I'm not going to burn my Claude Max tokens trying to do shit that Mythos is going to be able to do instantly. So I haven't done this in a bit, but it sounds like he's using Opus 4.6, and then it says that like it produces its own harness is kind of what it sounds like, right? The framework identified a flaw and then produced a multi-component harness. That's what that sounds like, right? To confirm the underlying primitive. So validating the flaw with a full end-to-end harness required some human guidance. Okay, literally answered in the next sentence, Matt. Just keep fucking reading. I do that all the time. Memory-constrained reproduction environments initially masked the trigger condition. Okay, so here again, when people are like, oh, AI is going to solve cybersecurity, what we're seeing right now is even without Mythos, older models, whatever, a talented security engineer, arguably one of like the top security engineers, powered with AI and human guidance, is what can find these bugs that humans alone couldn't find, because now you're scaling, right? But there's no way that like smooth brain me would be able to have like recognized that the model hit a wall in building a POC for a flaw that it thinks that it identified, because it was memory constrained, right? Like there's no way I would have been like, you know what? I think Claude is hitting an issue right here because the environment that it's in is memory constrained, and that's masking the trigger condition. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm not fucking Niels Provost. After harness optimizations, the workflow generated a proof of concept that reliably triggered the vulnerability, and I reported the finding to the upstream maintainers. The result validates the approach of independent vulnerability discovery conducted by a commercially available model paired with open source orchestration. Paired with a talented security researcher that knew how to do the human guidance, to be fair, is missing from this last sentence, right? I guess to be fair, he says it found the flaw. But before he passed it over, he wanted to be sure and generated a POC, and that took the human guidance. And this is the thing that supposedly Mythos is better at than the commercially available models, right? Is the exploit generation. Moving off the Anthropic ecosystem entirely, a subsequent run pointed the same vuln discovery workflow at a different foundational library. Only the model changed. A light LLM gateway. Light LLM continues to have crazy vulnerabilities, by the way. Nervous to touch that tool. Rewrote Anthropic identifiers to route to Z.AI's GLM 5.1 on an Anthropic compatible endpoint, while IronCurtain and the FSM orchestration layer were untouched. This is confusingly worded to me. Because like if you just said, hey, we swapped the Anthropic model out for this model, I'd be like, cool, got it. But what are we talking about? The light LLM gateway rewrote Anthropic identifiers to route to this on an Anthropic compatible endpoint? What does an Anthropic compatible endpoint mean? You know? I don't know what that part means. GLM 5.1 drove discovery end-to-end, working from the append-only journal. The orchestrator scoped the target, routed the system to tiered harness construction. This is really advanced shit. The autonomous workflow isolated an integer truncation flaw on a memory allocation path that had been present for 18 years. So again, we're pointing this stuff out in like a look how good these things are because they're finding stuff that no one else found for 18 years. I am reading this and thinking that this is actually the strength of these AI models, is finding bugs in old code. Like the models have gotten good enough at these old primitives to be able to spot these memory flaws in old code. So I don't read this as, oh, what they're going to be able to do if they can do this, because this is like super hacker shit. I read this as that's what they're good at. Echoing the 27, yeah, this is the OpenBSD thing. Because like the OpenBSD thing, marketing got a hold of that and they were like, man, this shit's been around 18 years. All these fucking people and all these tools have looked at it and didn't find anything for 18 years because like there must have been security tools running on this code hourly for 18 years, right? And it's like, well, no, like that's why it wasn't found, is the scale of this shit of trying to find these memory vulns at scale in old operating systems is like not a priority for a lot of people. Not a lot of incentive. What up, Kilobyte? Through structural analysis of relevant arithmetic, the orchestrated model generated a proof of concept and a sanitizer validated the harness. And this is on an open model. To ensure accurate severity scoring for responsible disclosure. So this he was in the group chat that I told you I'm in with him, being like, hey, will anyone look at this? I don't want to send over a bunch of garbage to the maintainers, right? It was necessary to confirm the underlying exploitability primitives. I conducted this guided manual analysis in Claude Code with Opus 4.7. First time Opus 4.7 is mentioned in the whole blog here. My interactive research environment for deep technical work and a stronger model in GLM 5.1 for analysis of this depth. The work demonstrated a controlled out-of-bounds heap, read, and write primitive. Because the affected library is widely deployed across internet-facing infrastructure, the flaw represents a serious remote risk. So yeah, I don't know what library that is in, right? I think this one is, we're probably pretty sure this is FFmpeg, but this one we don't know. This could be OpenSSL or something like that, right? Library widely deployed across internet-facing infrastructure. Could be, OpenSSL would be like a top target for people to start poking at this kind of stuff with, right? Confirming critical severity required a working exploit, which falls outside the discovery scoped vuln discovery workflow. When the model refused my initial request to construct one, he kept running into the blocks. I manually broke the exploit development process into granular 7-step plan to work around the refusal. The model successfully executed the first 2 steps before the acceptable use policy guardrails forced it to decline further collaboration. So he kept running into Claude saying, we can't do that. Fortunately, the second step proved that ASLR could be circumvented by reading base pointers, sufficient empirical evidence to support a high severity assessment. So he couldn't finish writing the exploit, but he did bypass ASLR, which would be like the hard part, right? Is like the memory safety things here. 3 observations follow from these runs. First, generating a proof of concept exploit is required for defenders. Theoretical vulnerabilities identified through static analysis inevitably produce a high volume of false positives. Can attest. I heard from a Project Glasswing participant this week that they found dozens of thousands of vulnerabilities with Mythos. Dozens of thousands. Down to hundreds of verified vulnerabilities, down to 2 exploitable from dozens of thousands of true, like of vulnerabilities, right? But like not exploitable vulnerabilities. But like, yeah, you're right in code, blah, blah, blah. So like false positive or like unexploitable. But still finding 2 critical RCEs in mature code bases that's still worth the price of entry, right? If you're running Mythos on a mature operating system, like firmware operating system that's all over the internet, that's been fuzzed to death, and they still found 2 RCEs in the first couple of times running it, that's still really impressive, even though dozens of thousands of vulnerabilities were not, whatever. The models are really bad at seeing if the call path is realistic or not. And everything is really bad at that. Everything. As someone who's like ran vuln management more times than I would have liked in my career, right? Every fucking vuln related vendor promises reachability. Promises. Yeah, that's how we differentiate, right? I'm not going to name names, right? But like all the SCA vendors out there, right? All the SCA vendors out there. If you guys don't know, SCA, like check the software that you're using version numbers against known vulnerabilities. They're really just fucking expensive version number checkers. Sorry. I'm sorry. They are, for the most part. But they have really good vuln data. Like they do. They employ really good vuln researchers. But to not be expensive vuln number checkers, they all say that they'll be able to tell you if the vuln that they found is reachable. Because a lot of times you're going to get, oh, you're running a vulnerable version of this package. And you're like, great. Do I give a shit? Is that code running anywhere? Is that code in memory anywhere? Right? And fucking everyone promises reachability. And I haven't seen that shit work at scale, especially in modern web frameworks. You know, you like peel back the hood on a lot of these promises from the vendors, and it's like, well, actually, it only works in this one Java framework. And it's like, you son of a bitch. You know? Sorry. Ask me how I really feel. I've sat through so many demos, and then it's like, okay, we're going to try it. We're going to try it. You said reachability, right? That's what we're looking for. We really need reachability. In Python and Golang, forget about it. Forget about it. I don't know a single tool out there that's good at that. So yeah, of course the models are bad at it. Everything is bad at this. All right, sorry. I get mad at some of this shit. Justin, what'd you miss? We're going over a security researcher who's a legend, trying to replicate Mythos level capabilities with commercially available models like Opus and Sonnet and some other open stuff. And he did. He replicated one of the findings and then started finding novel vulns in, I think, FFmpeg. And then, I don't know, I just took a stab at the second one being OpenSSL or something like it, right? A library widely deployed across internet-facing infrastructure. He found a integer truncation flaw in memory allocation path. Yada, 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 yada. Right? So, vulns. All right. So, proof of concept exploit is required for defenders. Theoretical vulnerabilities identified have high false positives. That's the tirade that I just went over. False positives consume massive amounts of time for security operations teams to triage and manually verify. An execution proof of vulnerability quickly removes these time-consuming false positives, ensuring defenders focus only on validated threats. Completely agree, and this is where like anyone's going to make their money right now if they're like running AI-powered security tools. If like your special harness can do what Niels is doing, for me, I'm interested, right? Because like, of course, Niels can do this, but can Expo do this? I have no idea, right? But that's where they'll make their money right now because not everyone's got a Niels. Second, while open orchestration provides the necessary scaffolding to execute complex workflows, the underlying quality of the foundation model still matters. Yep. I am eating my words on this, right? I thought for sure that we were going to plateau on frontier model quality in terms of security research, and that scaffolding, context management, and now harnesses is like the new hotness. I never used the word harness when I said this. I would say context and scaffolding management was what like everything was going to be, all the improvements were going to be there, right? And it seems like the magic is still in the harness, right? And the scaffolding and all the context stuff. It seems like the magic is still there, but I've been proven wrong so far about the frontier models not getting a whole lot better. They continue to get significantly better. And he saw it even here, right? He's like, you can only do so much at the Sonnet level or even the 4.6 level. He like brought Opus 4.7. He's like, okay, time to bring the big dog in when it's time to actually write that POC, right? To make sure that he didn't pass some slop over to OpenSSL or whatever. Foundation model, I'm saying OpenSSL. I shouldn't be saying that because I have no idea. foundation model quality sets the floor for what orchestration can extract. But the open weight result shows that floor is now low enough for commodity models to clear. Right. So his Z.AI thing, even though it was less efficient, was still finding the vulns. So the bar is low. Third, the economics now favor frequent broad audits. At commercial API pricing, an investigation runs $30 to $150 per code base. I think 30 is Sonnet, 150 is Opus, is kind of what he's getting at there. At production scale, that determines how many libraries a defender can afford to look at in a year. Hosted open weight providers run in the same range as Sonnet at higher token volumes. Hosted open weight providers, so the ZAI one on Light LLM or whatever, right? Run in the same range as Sonnet at higher token volumes. So basically, like, hey, you're gonna have to run like 2x the tokens through the hosted open thing, but they cost so much less that even at that higher volume, you're gonna hit Sonnet. And self-hosting on capable hardware would reduce the marginal cost further once the upfront investment is made. This is where I'm at, right? I'm ready to drop stupid money. If I could get Opus 4.6 capability on hardware that I can run on a rack right here, you could tell me a pretty dumb number and I would probably spend it. If I can get Opus 4.6, infinite Opus 4.6 capability locally. Cool. A buddy of mine just got a new job and it's close to my studio, so we should grab lunch. Okay. Orchestration cuts both ways. The reality is that well-resourced adversaries already use orchestrated workflows to hunt for 0 days at scale. They operate free from vendor usage policies. Yeah. So basically, he's proving that those Anthropic guardrails are cute and all, but if you're a well-resourced adversary, aka nation state, it don't matter. You could just avoid the whole Anthropic thing, right? And you could just be blowing through these things and finding these bugs. They operate free from vendor usage policies, AUP friction during legitimate research, API rate limits on multi-hour runs, and curated access lists for embargoed frontier models. Yeah. It's like all of that's adorable. The real threat actors aren't going to run into that. Not to say that you should like not do all this stuff because the, lower income threat actors or would-be threat actors can't just like spend $200 and pop 0 days right now. So we're really just trying to slow down that from happening. The 7-step refusal during the severity assessment is exactly the asymmetry at issue. A defender doing legitimate work hit friction that a well-resourced adversary using uncensored open weight models would not. A locally hosted open weight model removes that gate. The friction reflects a real responsibility judgment, not just liability hedging. Vendors weigh capability uplift for marginal misusers against cost to legitimate research. This is really well worded. The trade has been made before. Every defensive tool of the past 25 years, Metasploit, Mmap, Burp, AFL, face the same debate. Completely agree. And the historical answer has been, put the tools in the defender's hands. The historical answer has been, yeah, Metasploit makes exploitation stupid easy for all attackers. We'd also be dumb to ignore the fact that Metasploit-like capabilities are in the bad guy's hands. So you might as well open it and put it in the defender's hands. That's it. That's like the well-researched historical answer to this is by regulating this shit. Imagine like you had to get a license to run Metasploit or Burp, or like you had to be in like some super special club or something. On a local model, accountability rests directly with the researcher, as it has for those tools all along. By combining open source scaffolding with local or commodity open weight models, defenders can audit code bases and ship patches before automated exploitation catches up. I encourage security engineers to review the IronCurtain framework, contribute to the orchestration scaffolding, and help build the baseline for tools for automated defense. Onboarding is still becoming polished, so contributions toward easier setup are particularly welcome. Maybe the best blog post I've read all year. Maybe the best blog post I've read all year. Is it the best blog post I've read all year? I think so. I think so. That whole last paragraph could be a conference talk, right? Of course, I'll put it in my newsletter. Of course, it'll be in my newsletter. I'll put it in chat right now, too. I tweeted it already. That whole last paragraph could be a conference talk. Best blog I read all year. Tweeted it. My opinion is set in stone. All right. Should we do some news? Newsletter, news time? What did I bring up? You guys see this fucking cPanel bug? Why is cPanel still around? Like, cPanel, wasn't this written in the 90s? Yeah, it's already, of course it's known, exploited. How is this still on the internet? Like, I read this and I'm just like, oh my God, I can't possibly care about cPanel. Shodan Internet Scan shows there's 1.5 million cPanel instances exposed online. But we're worried about the AI super hacker.
Mythos!
But there's 1.5 million cPanel instances on the internet. Guys, we don't need an AI super hacker for years. I just don't even want. I wish I didn't have to fucking talk about this. We're already 2 months into exploitation attempts on it too. So certified pre-owned. You love hearing the Mythos battle cry. I'm glad. It's my first soundboard, my first venture into soundboard life, and I am also pretty happy about it. All right. Shit. New supply chain. New supply chain. Vuln. Pi package Lightning just came out as malware. What's up, everybody? Just joining. Man, this like, how am I gonna keep the newsletter to like normal length this week? Oh God, there was so much. Oh my God, the GitHub vuln was this week. It feels like ancient history. What's up, Rupesh? I do not know how to pronounce the city you're from. But Jay wants to know what time it is there. Guys, I'm like pre-tired to even pull up my newsletter right now. Because how the fuck am I going to get all of this week's news into one email? The Robin Hood thing was this week? What's the lead story? Jesus Christ, I basically have a newsletter in there already. And copy fail isn't even in there yet. So what do we got to do? Copy fail, cPanel. Oh my gosh, guys. Or the top 5 that needed some action to fix. Linux, GitHub Enterprise are massive must go patch immediately things. cPanel, active exploitation. Can't believe it's still out there. Oh man. What are we doing? Okay. All right. Everyone breathe. Everyone breathe. You're all panicking. Chill. All right, we got copy fail. Let's put copy fail and cPanel in there. We're gonna write the newsletter, all right? All right, so there's a LPE and it seems reliable. There's lots of those. We're not falling for the market vulnerability marketing campaign here. What? I mean, I do laugh at the fact that they have a thing, but I wouldn't say that there's lots of run one command, get root on all modern distros type vulnerabilities. I'd say that's a stretch. I don't know if your wink was to just rage bait me. I would say you have to provide evidence of there are lots of run this on. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I'd have to say you have to provide evidence of run this as a user on pretty much all modern Linux distros and get root. What do we do first? Coffee. Hell yeah. Might be a 2 cup of coffee kind of day. I was up till 2 a.m. for no fudging reason. No fudging reason, but I'm tired and I'm overwhelmed because there's so much news this week. It's a good LPE. I'll dig for others. We have to evaluate all of these. Normally, they don't just get the news. They don't have a cool name. Yeah, I always I literally said that in my short video about this. Right? I was like, we know that all the most serious vulnerabilities get a name and a website. Right? Why is the $20 Claude code not enough? Yeah, dude. No, you need the $200 or bust. $200 is not enough. Like it just ain't. If we're being real, most of the people that I know that are like doing heavy use of anything have multiple Claude Code Max plans at $200 and multiple Codex 20x plans at $200. So I know a lot of people that are in for $600 to $800 a month just in those. That's nuts. I'm talking about people that own their own company, security companies, you know? So it's like corporate card, $800 a month for a piece of software isn't that nuts. It is for you because you're paying for it as like an early career person, right? But like little old vulnerable you has to pay like multiple hundreds of dollars a month between like Slack and Google, you know? Just for like email and Slack cost me a couple $100 a month. So it's like, okay, yeah, I need an OpenAI $200 a month and a Claude $200 a month. And then like, we'll see where it goes. And it's like, it still doesn't equal like my G Drive bill, you know? It sounds expensive until you like put it in perspective. Like I don't buy Zoom for my team because I'm like, well, we have Google Meet through Google. Why would we pay like, cause Zoom charges per user. So it's like, okay, I've got like 25 people that work here. Like that adds up. And yeah, Google Meet's honestly fine. No matter what you use, people bitch. Like if you get on a meeting, people will bitch. People will bitch. All right, we're gonna rock some newsletter time today so that I'm not here until 8 o'clock tonight because I just fucking can't. I just can't. So let's put, what do we think? What do we think? What's the most interesting story of the week? What's the biggest story of the week, everybody? Should I start a poll? How do I start a poll? Oh, if Restream or OBS would give me any fucking tool to like be a good streamer, I would know how to do that. These garbage pieces of software. All right, we're gonna Linux patch is huge. I think you're right. I'm leaning copy fail, but the GitHub one is honestly also pretty crazy. All right, we're going to try. I know how to do it. I think I know how to do it on YouTube. I'm sorry, Twitch. I don't know how to do it on Twitch. We're going to see. What is the biggest story this week? Yes, no, no. We're going to go copy fail, GitHub RCE. What else? What are the other crazy stories this week? Check marks. Oh, Robinhood. Robinhood phishing campaign. My most viewed short in months. At least weeks. It's performing really well. That's short. I've got a bunch of other stories in here. Maybe cPanel. That's not the biggest one. We're going to go with those three. Copy fail, GitHub RCE, Robinhood phishing campaign. That's probably it, right? It's probably one of those three. Okay. We're going to go with that. Never mind. How do I ixnay this one? Okay. Start poll. First time I've ever started a poll. Pro YouTuber, everybody. Sorry, I don't know how to do this on Twitch. Oh my God, wait. DefHawk, I had that up and I forgot about it. It's a Wall Street Journal article, isn't it? What was it? White House Anthropic. I had that one up. Where'd it go? It's a Wall Street Journal article, I think, right? Came to YouTube to vote. Yeah, Kilobyte's the real one who hangs out in both chat. You know, some people get viewbotters. I get Kilobyte who sits in both chats to just make it less embarrassing that I get 2 viewers on Twitch. I don't care. Where is it? It's here, right? It's a Wall Street Journal article. I saw someone text it to me. Tech. It's going to be fucking paywalled as soon as I click it, isn't it? This one? Yeah. That's it. Watch this. Watch I scroll down and it yells at me. Yeah. Paywalled. These fucking paywalls. We are going to stop using all our damn tokens. We're trying to blow stuff up with those, man. Is the GitHub RCE patch? Yes, it's patched on github.com. You don't have to do anything. It was patched within 75 minutes, I think, right? GitHub Enterprise, on the other hand. GitHub Enterprise, on the other hand. What the fuck, man? Oh, God. All right. I hate that I have to like pull up. Like I have to pull up YouTube to be able to like look at the chat and figure out what the poll is doing. Because of course, why would that work through OBS or Restream? Their response was the fastest you've seen in years. Yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty good for sure. All right. Oh, look at that. The article. I found the article. Weird. The paywall disappeared. It's so strange. Okay. White House opposes. I saw this pop up in a text. I saw this show up in a group text. Let me see. I saw some people. I wanted to see their take on it. I haven't read this yet, so I don't know what it says. But my homies are saying, so uneducated. So uneducated is the reaction to this. White House opposes Anthropic's plan to expand access to Mythos model. Okay, so I didn't know this. Did Anthropic say something about Project Glasswing is like getting into some new phases or anything like that? Anthropic's plan to expand access to Mythos. Its powerful artificial model.
Mythos!
Complicating the rollout of an AI tool capable of carrying out cyber attacks. Gosh, I really don't like how this is written. The rollout of an AI tool capable of carrying out cyber attacks and sowing widespread disruption online. Hi, everybody. We're already there. We're already there. We're already there. We're already there. AI can find vulns. We're already there. Okay. Anthropic recently proposed letting roughly 70 additional companies. Okay, so they were at 40. They're going to go to 110. Use Mythos, which would have brought the total number to 120. They were at 50? I thought they were at 40. People familiar with the matter said administration officials told the company they opposed the move because of concerns about the security. Okay. I'm already angry. I'm like 7 sentences into the article. What the fuck do they think is going to happen? Is this some COVID escape the lab bullshit? We're going to give 70 new companies access to this? What happens? What happens? Oh my God. What happens when they get the thing that can find memory bugs in old code better than other things can? Are we sure? Are we sure about this? Are we sure that the new companies won't leak this out the fucking lab? It's just not how this works, man. It's not what this tool is like capable of, right? Like you're just giving things better. You're just giving better static code analysis capabilities to people. It's not, okay, so here's the threat, right? The threat in their mind is we're giving like nukes to new companies who might have an insider that's going to push the big red button and they're going to launch a nuke. That's what they think, right? That's not the thing. That's not the thing. Like you could give this to a lot of people and it's not like some fucking cyber weapon is going to shit out the other side of this. Like that's not a thing. It's not a thing. Also, hey, everyone, spoiler, 0 days exist right now. Right now. Like you don't need Mythos for like somebody to have a vulnerability in a piece of software right now. Just by the way, cyber attacks currently happening right now with 0 days. By the way, most cyber attacks don't involve a fucking vulnerability, don't involve a 0 day. Most of them are just logging in by stealing your OAuth tokens right now. All the biggest headlines you're reading right now about all the biggest companies getting hacked, none of them are by vulnerabilities that Mythos could find. They're all by you didn't fucking figure out how your help desk just can't give away OAuth tokens. That's how everyone's getting hacked right now, by the way. But, oh boy, if we give 70 more companies worth of things a better fucking code scanner, what might happen? What might happen? The water might shut off. It's Y2K, everybody.
Mythos!
Just going to constantly hit that button today. All right. Sorry, you guys were talking. I missed all this. I've been asked hundreds of questions this week. Yeah, Deathhawk. First of all, Deathhawk, welcome to chat. I haven't seen your name before. You might be new. If you're a practitioner, you're my favorite type of viewer. I tend to collect practitioner viewers because I am a practitioner myself. I've worked in cyber for 18 years. Thanks for being here and chatting. I also have been asked more about Mythos by normies than anything else like in my life. Security related, for sure. We've escaped the echo chamber of security. All right, sorry. I've gotten 7 sentences into this, not even, and I'm mad. Some White House officials also worried that Anthropic wouldn't have access to enough computing power to serve that many more entities without hampering the government's ability to use it. Are we so fucking for real right now? Are we so fucking for real? The White House is like, no, we can't let critical internet infrastructure companies find vulnerabilities with the new tool that's good at finding vulnerabilities, because then how will we use Claude Code? No, if we give you access to Mythos, I think what's going to happen is, you remember when Opus 4.6 was magic and we were all using it for like 4 weeks and it was fucking awesome and it was writing all the best code. And then all of a sudden Mythos gets announced and Opus 4.6 starts to shit the bed. Turns out it wasn't a compute issue, but we all kind of thought that maybe it was. Maybe there was like some reason that Opus 4.6 was degrading in quality because we were out of compute and we were like, shit, we had it good and we didn't realize how good it was. And then Opus 4.7 comes out and we're like, all right, it's back to... Yeah, at least it's not fucking up anymore, right? It's still not as good as the heydays of Opus 4.6. And then they come out and they're like, actually, we just fucked up. And like, it was a bug. They were like, we wrote a bug. And that's why the quality of Opus 4.6 degraded for a lot of people. But no, the White House is making policy decisions about who can and cannot run Mythos because they think that if more people run Mythos, they won't be able to use Claude Code enough. And why are they fucking using it anyway when Hegseth said it's a supply chain risk and no one in the government is allowed to use it? So what is it? Is it a supply chain risk that no one should fucking use and we're banning Anthropic from agencies to be able to use it? Or is it so fucking good that we can't let it degrade in quality in our use? Wait a second, I thought we weren't allowed to be using it because... if we give other people Mythos, then us using it, wait, we're not using it. Are we using it? Will get worse.
Mythos!
All right. This is some bullshit, by the way. All right. All right. Blood pressure down. Next paragraph. Next paragraph. I'm sure this next paragraph surely won't piss me off as much as the first two. The White House is involved in the rollout of Mythos because of national security risks posed by the model. Its ability to find and exploit software vulnerabilities has rattled government agencies and companies in recent weeks. The discussions between Anthropic and the White House are meant to address the risks and have served as an attempt to repair the relationship between Anthropic and the government. Repair the relationship that we are just fucking self-admitting is just like a bullshit bullying tactic over Anthropic trying to draw a line in the sand to say, like, hey, we don't want our tool to be used to like bomb brown kids or like mass spy on civilians. Reasonable fucking line in the sand to draw as a private company of not the People's Republic of China, where the government can't come in and be like, no, funny little private company who think that you can not let us do whatever the fuck we want as your government, right? And so the government is just bullying Anthropic and is like, oh, you're not going to let us kill brown kids with your model or spy on everyone? Well, we don't stand for private companies not letting us do whatever the fuck we want. So guess what? You're going to lose all your government contracts now. How about that? Anthropic was like, cool. We're like a private company that's now worth $1 trillion without your contracts. I don't give a shit, right? So kudos to them for holding the line, right? But they're just straight up admitting that they're fucking bullying them because they're saying, we're so worried about our use of this degrading in quality, we don't want you giving it to anyone else. I know, I read the National Science Foundation. He just like gut the whole thing, right? The move by the White House. The administration tried to cut ties with the company because of a spat with the Pentagon over how its AI's tools are used by the military, a fight that is currently working its way through the legal system in 2 different court cases. Anthropic initially gave access to 50 companies and organizations managing critical infrastructure. I really thought it was 40. Not that it really fucking matters, but some government agencies have access, and the Trump administration is working to expand that. While at the same time publicly saying it's a fucking supply chain risk and that they're going to not let the Pentagon use it. Administration is balancing innovation and security while cooperating with the private sector to make sure AI models are rolled out safely. Great. Anthropic said last week it's investigating potentially unauthorized access to Mythos, which seemed like it was just contractors or something, right? The administration has criticized Anthropic for its ties to organizations that donate to liberal causes, such as a call for strict AI regulation. Trump administration has also criticized the company because there are several formal Biden administration officials on its payroll. Public sector, private sector, people, analysts, including Dean Ball, a former AI advisor in the Trump administration, who is now a senior fellow at the Foundation for American Innovation think tank, have said it is counterproductive for Anthropic and the administration to be at odds because they need to work together on topics such as cybersecurity. Right. Which, I mean, they're not at odds, right? They're at odds in the headlines, but it seems like everyone's fucking using them, right? Because they don't want their quality to degrade. So they're not at odds. They're obviously being bullies and dumb, but are making it up. But are they making it up? Is it a real risk that us max planners are competing for tokens with the Fed right now? I don't know. I don't know how real, like, we don't know because they're not going to be transparent about the compute shortage stuff, right? Anthropic's not going to come out and be like, yeah, Claude Code is like limping along during business hours because we're out of compute. You know what I mean? They're not going to say that. All 3 companies have taken steps to give security researchers early access to their models so they can be used to find and patch bugs before they're exploited. Still, the sheer volume of bugs that are being discovered and the job of creating, testing, and installing all the patches will generate are very worrying for the industry. Yeah. If you guys haven't seen it already, my my Mythos Ready security program is pretty good about all this. Do you have a good overview of why 4.6 drops so badly? Yeah. They came out and finally said it. They came out and finally said it. Let me find my tweet about it will probably be the easier to find. I don't yap too much, right? Oh, I do yap too much. I can't. Hold on. Let me find it. Anthropic came out and talked about the bug. Oh, yeah. I went right past it. Here you go. So Claude devs came out. Over the past month, some of you reported Claude code quality had slipped. We investigated and published a postmortem on 3 issues we found. Number 2 is a fucking doozy, okay? The issue... What? I fucking hate that. I'm like a highlighter when I talk, and I hate that tweets down in the thread become links. The issues stem from Claude code and the agentic SDK harness, which also impacted cowork. We are making the changes... Yeah, hold on. So then number 2, there's 3 bugs. Number 2 is fucking insane. Here are the issues. On March 4th, we changed Claude Code default reasoning effort from high to medium to reduce the very long latency enough to make the UI appear frozen. Some users were seeing in high mode. This was the wrong trade-off. We reverted this change on April 7th, after users told us they'd prefer to default to higher intelligence and opt into lower for simpler tasks. Okay, that was 1. We kind of knew that, right? Number 2, this fucked it. Of course this fucked it. We shipped a change to clear Claude's older thinking from sessions that had been idle for over an hour. So if like your Claude Code session, which over an hour is just like normal. I don't start a new fucking session if I'm working on something, right? A bug caused this to keep happening every turn for the rest of the session instead of just once, which made Claude seem forgetful and repetitive. That's enormous. I mean, that's enormous when you're talking about context specifically around coding projects. And then number 3, on April 16th, we added the system prompt instruction to reduce verbosity. In combination with the other prompt changes, it hurt coding quality and was reverted on April 20th. I mean, yeah. And they were like, what are you guys talking about? Fucking quality lowering. They just totally gaslit us for weeks. And they were like, oh, we found these bugs, by the way. By the way, we found these bugs. By the way, some pretty serious bugs might have actually been impacting that. Yeah, they totally blamed the user. They were like, and then a lot of users were coming out and they were like, we're not seeing a drop in quality. Mass psychosis. All right. Am I still mad at this article? Let's keep reading. Anthropic said in early April is making a preview version of Mythos available to top companies. Okay. I don't like, apparently mainstream articles do this, and I've become very aware of it since I read a lot of them out loud, but they like talk about a topic, they kind of get to the point pretty quick, and then they just like say a bunch of like the same shit or like old information in the meat of the article. And then they like have quotes at the end or something like that are also interesting. Right? It's like you needed to know this. You needed to know this to make any of this useful, right? And now it's like we're halfway through the article and it's like, hey, by the way, Mythos was this thing that they made available in April. And people had a reaction about it to the limited rollout. It's like, well, yeah, like this was like baseline knowledge to make the first half of the article intelligible. Anthropic struck deals with Amazon, Google, Broadcom recently to increase its access to computing power, though it will take time for the products to go online. AI companies can give priority to the availability of computing power to certain users, such as the government. Many are hopeful more efficient models will help alleviate the constraints. Yeah, right? If like we can get distilled models that do certain shit, like that'd be interesting. In another example of Anthropic's bumpy relationship with the White House, a former researcher at the company named Colin Burns had been in place to lead a government office that evaluates the best AI models, and the administration abruptly changed course and hired someone else. Okay. The White House officials hadn't been told about the move to hire Burns and didn't want anyone from a top AI firm in that role that requires working closely with leading companies. Okay. All right. This pissed me off. That's how they teach it in journalism school. I learned that too. I don't get it. Like, now that I read this shit out loud, I'm like, wait, what? Like, I'm like, why am I reading this paragraph out loud? That like you had to know this in order to make everything that we just read make sense. Reading articles live sucks. Well, boy, howdy, strap into the Matt J live stream because that's basically all I do. You didn't make me read it live. This is definitely what I do. It's all good. All right, we're gonna throw this in the newsletter and scream about it too. Fucking annoying, man. Whoo! Blood pressure. Come on down, everybody. Come on down, blood pressure. It's chill. It's chill. We're fine. I want to read Bleeping's. I want to read Bleeping Computer's attempt to summarize this incredibly complicated bug. Yeah. All right, let's see what they say for the root cause. Is a logic bug in the Linux kernels whatever the fuck cryptographic template that allows an authenticated user to reliably perform a 4-byte write into the page cache of any reliable file on the file system. By combining the AFALG socket-based interface, which gives access to the Linux kernel crypto functions from user space, and the splice function system call, an unprivileged user can make a 4-byte controlled write in the page cache of a file instead of a normal buffer. Okay, so Bleeping Computer was completely failed in their attempt to explain this in normal human language as well, right? Because like, unless you know shit about Linux kernel, this is like unintelligible. If those 4 bytes hit the set UID root binary, they can alter its behavior when executed, giving the attacker root privileges. The flaw was introduced in 2017 when the Linux kernel team added an in-place optimization into the crypto path, meaning it began reusing the same buffer rather than keeping inputs directly. Yeah. That's pretty funny, man. Essay writing with the martini glass style. Yeah. Sam Parr used to call it like the hook sled. It's like each line should make you need to read the next line, like all the way down the hill, like a sled. Oh, I get it. I'm not a journalist. So of course I suck at this. And of course I look at real journalism and go, why do they do this? And then I write articles that nobody reads. So I get it. I get that I'm not in a place to fucking talk, but I'm not the Wall Street Journal. but it's just something I've noticed lately while reading. Like when we escape the echo chamber and we're in like mainstream publications, I'm like, Krebs came out with an article, which he hasn't in a while. A Brazilian tech firm specialized in protecting networks from DDoS attacks has been enabling a botnet responsible for an extended campaign. The firm's chief executive said the malicious activity resulted from a security breach and was likely the work of a competitor trying to tarnish his company's public image. I don't like this title because I'm like heap overflow or something. So an anti-DDoS firm was part of enabling attacks on Brazilian ISPs. And then they said, we got hacked. A competitor hacked us. They're tarnishing our reputation. We did not do any such thing. Security experts have tracked a series of massive DDoS attacks originating from Brazil and solely targeting Brazil. Until recently, it was less clear who or what was behind the digital sieges. That changed earlier this month when a trusted source who asked to remain anonymous shared a curious file archive that was exposed in an open directory online. The exposed archive contained several Portuguese malicious programs written in Python. It also included the private SSH auth keys belonging to the CEO of Huge Networks, which is a Brazilian ISP that primarily offers DDoS protections. So the DDoS protectors became the DDoS attackers. Founded in Miami in 2014, Huge Networks operations are central in center of Brazil. Nevertheless, the exposed archive shows that a Brazil-based threat actor maintained root access to Huge Networks infrastructure and built a powerful DDoS botnet by routinely mass scanning the internet for insecure internet routers. Yeah. This is like most DDoS attacks, right? Are just like South American Soho routers. Got it. That's how those things are attacked. But I'm more interested in how the protector became the attacker. The leaked archive shows the botmaster coordinated their scanning from DigitalOcean that had been flagged for abuse hundreds of times. The Python script invoked multiple internet addresses. Reached for comment about the files. Nascimento said he did not write the attack programs, and he didn't realize the extent of the DDoS campaigns until contacted by Krebs. We received and notified many tier 1 upstream regarding very large DDoS attacks against small ISPs. We didn't dig deep enough at the time, and what you sent makes it clear. So we received and notified many people about the DDoS attacks, but their infrastructure was the one doing the DDoS attack? Unauthorized activity is likely related to digital intrusion first detected in January that compromised 2 of the company's dev servers as well as his personal SSH keys. He said there's no evidence those keys were used after January. We notified the team in writing the same day, wiped the boxes, rotated the keys. All documented internally. Our working assessment so far is that this all started with a single internal compromise, one pivot point that gave the attacker downstream access to some resources, including legacy personal droplet of mine on DigitalOcean. That's what they call them, droplets. The compromise happened through a Bastion jump server that several people had access to. DigitalOcean flagged the droplet on January 11th. Compromised due to a leaked SSH key in their wording. I was traveling at the time, addressed it on return. The droplet was depreciated and destroyed, and it was never part of Huge Networks infrastructure. The malicious software that powers the botnet is based on the Mirai botnet software. Nascimento flatly denied being involved in the DDoS attacks against Brazilian operators. We don't run DDoS attacks against Brazilian operators to sell protection. Our sales model is mostly inbound and through channel integration partners. He maintains he has strong evidence stored on the blockchain. You got to love when you invoke blockchain for your evidence. That was all done by a competitor. He wouldn't say which competitor. I would love to share this with you, but it could not be published as it would lose surprise factor against my dishonest competitor. Coincidentally or not, your contact happened a week before an important event, one that this competitor has never participated in. And this year they will be participating. Strange, isn't it? Strange indeed. What do we think? Do we think they were hacked, or do we think that they're hacking? I don't know. Seems somewhat plausible, especially if they were getting notifications from DigitalOcean that they leaked an SSH key. Seems somewhat plausible, right? That they had been compromised. I don't really know the nature of the hack, like once they got in, right? Is bug bounty dying? Is bug bounty dying? Question. Google's reducing bug bounty amounts. We will be reducing some of our reward amounts and bonuses across Android and Chrome. While these adjustments may reduce the payout for a single bug report, we continue to prioritize our VRPs, and the total aggregate rewards paid out in 2026 is expected to increase. Yet, when I was trying to tell people this would happen a few months ago, people said you were an idiot. If even Google is reducing bounties, do you really think that these significantly smaller companies aren't going to do the same thing? A maximum of 4 exploit bonuses will be rewarded in 2026 following the rules update. Interesting. Why? Are we going to blame AI? Vulnerability reward program has been to partner with external security research community to analyze areas lacking coverage to help us discover vulnerabilities that historically have been hard to find. Are they going to say that it's no longer a challenge for them to find it? They don't need to incentivize external people anymore? In today's shifting security research landscape, we want to continue to reward researchers for their expertise and creativity in finding the most challenging and impactful vulnerabilities. Over the past few years, AI and automation have accelerated the pace of vulnerability discovery, and our teams are moving at an unprecedented rate. Our teams, meaning not external researchers. Remediating risks is more effective than ever before. The latest advancements in AI from Google and the broader industry have made it significantly easier to take a test case, explain the root cause, propose suitable fix, and find variants of known problems. To keep pace with vulnerability discovery, we've been continuing to implement structural improvements in our products to make it increasingly difficult to achieve full chain exploits. For example, Android recently introduced advanced protection mode and continues to drive memory-safe language changes. Chrome has driven structural improvements in the V8 sandbox container hardening and in-browser memory. By pairing automated tools like Big Sleep, CodeMender, and OSS Fuzz Service with the human expertise from teams like Project Zero, dedicated product security teams, and Google Threat Intelligence Group, we have a multi-layered approach to addressing security issues at Google. As security research landscape evolves with AI, we're making changes in our program to ensure we're rewarding the most challenging and impactful vulnerabilities to our product. The focus provides the most value to our security teams and helps keep users safe today, all while making ensure that security researchers continue to be rewarded for their efforts. Top tier rewards for hard problems. We want to build on this partnership by continuing to emphasize the highest tiers of rewards on Android and Chrome. So this is shit that probably AI is going to have a hard time doing. Whoa, wait, isn't that up to $250K for full chain browser process exploits on the latest OS and hardware? Wasn't that 1.5 mil? While AI has made it effortless to produce lengthy, detailed write-ups, our internal tooling has also evolved to help us automatically explain and suggest fixes for bugs. We are shifting our program's focus to prioritize concrete proof the bug exists. We now consider the most effective reports to be concise, containing only a reproducer and the necessary artifacts to help us validate the issue. Whoa. Phasing out RCE read-write bonuses. Last year, we noticed a scarcity of reports demonstrating renderer code execution. So we introduced an enhanced reward for our arbitrary read-write and RCE vulnerabilities. Encouraged a wave of new submissions. Today, AI made demonstrating these techniques almost routine, allowing us to focus on more complex novel escalation methods. We are phasing out these bonuses. Holy shit. Why is bug bounty dying? I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. Why do they need so many words to say so little? Yeah, it's Google. So Google is saying, sell us your exploits to, please sell your exploits to a market for. I mean, that's always been the push and pull between bug bounty. I mean, they've never matched anywhere near market. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Whoa. Yeah. The gray market, I mean, always higher priced in private markets. You know, like Google's highest listed reward was $1 million. And then there was like bonuses and stuff. They've never paid it. They've never, ever paid their top rewards. Wow. Well, I mean, guys, let's not forget. I mean, I'll pull the quote up right now. Let's pull it up. Let's find the quote. The CISO of Google.
Slide is that we simply must eliminate with one goal and one big category of vulnerabilities in that base. They have too many vulnerabilities. And to give you some sense, we are already seeing it. I checked this morning, and the vulnerability database, the NVD, has a 30,000 backlog unanalyzed vulnerability queue. But even given that, between 24 and 25, there was a 35% increase in logged vulnerabilities that got a CVE. And not every bug that gets discovered gets a CVE. So we're already seeing kind of a cataclysmic increase fairly significantly. And that brings us to the impetus for the project we're going to talk about today, Big Sleep and CodeMender. These are two projects, research projects out of Google and Google DeepMind, with one goal and one real deep meaning that I want to leave with all of you today. Next slide. Is that we simply must eliminate every software vulnerability on Earth.
Pause for dramatic effect.
Mythos.
Okay. So, I mean, this is Big Sleep. I need big sleep. So, yeah, Google's CISO's stated goal is to eliminate every software vulnerability on Earth.
And that is the legacy that people in this room need to leave behind to the next generation of technologists. And it is not a simple problem. It is not an easy one, but it is the one that we have to solve, because as humanity goes beyond Earth, we just simply need to not be dealing with cross-site scripting bugs. And we have a little ambition at Google to get rid of memory safety bugs as well. And that is what we're going to talk a little bit about today. On top of finding every bug, we have to be able to give developers the tools to not make them anymore. And the technology we're going to talk about here today also lends itself to that. Next slide. So I'm pretty sure everybody who's played with...
We don't have to watch this whole thing, but I mean, that we already watched it on stream a few weeks ago. I mean, it's nuts, right? Shit, what did I just do? Messages. Let's do that. Are you my therapist, Roman? How does this make you feel, though? There's still plenty of security that has nothing to do with software vulnerabilities, right? Raise your hand if your pre-commit checker in a repo caused an incident response trigger just now. Ooh, Brandon, you're gonna be in trouble. Are we pushing our vulnerabilities to Mars instead? Yeah. Well, don't worry. Astronauts on the moon couldn't log into their fucking Outlook 2 weeks ago. So, all right. You hear that, everybody? You hear that? Listen really closely. Listen. That was the sound of like 100 startups screaming out in pain as Claude launches Claude security to their enterprise customers. I mean, we knew it was coming, right? It's like they built the like ultimate vulnerability finding thing, according to them, right? And everyone else is just building around. If you're a SaaS company that isn't running the code that your customers give you through Claude code, you're a bad SaaS company right now, right? So of course they just came out and were like, well, fuck the wrappers. You don't need to go buy a wrapper. We'll just let you do it. We're already in your code. We're already writing it. Might as well scan it. We knew it was coming. But it's still, I mean, there is like dozens of companies who this is their whole thing, right? Like their entire reason for existing. That's brutal. To just like have your entire company just become a feature in like the fastest growing product on the internet. Did I already fucking tweet? Did I already tweet this? And I'm about to tweet it again because I have no. Yeah, I did. Do I tweet again? Do I tweet twice about the same thing? I don't need it. I don't need memory jokes. This is not what I'm here for right now. Man, remember like 3 hours ago when I was like, what if I got my newsletter done before lunch? Isn't that funny? What can we build that they can't to avoid getting featured? I think the new moats that I'm putting my chips on are community, like data, because it takes like time and access and whatever to have unique piles of data that they just can't like materialize. Community takes time and trust and all this kind of stuff to build that they can't just like materialize. It's basically just like software is not the moat anymore, right? Code isn't the moat, but like, what are things that like you're not going to just like replace and code yourself, right? Like I'm not going to try to replace Slack myself, even though I could have Claude Code shit out a chat app that like kind of works. You know what I mean? Like you totally could. It's not unsolved problem. There are open source chat apps that like you could build on top of or whatever, but you're not going to like do that, right? Like Slack is too like embedded in everything. And it has too many tie-ins with like other companies and stuff. All right. I'm ending the poll. GitHub 1. Copy fail 2. All right. Oh yeah, I do already have stories in the newsletter. I know, Bill. I'm like, how do I make this week's newsletter normal size? Is insane. Yay, GitHub. How would I learn to code today? The same way as always. I just wouldn't ignore the AI gorilla in the room, right? So I've always told people, if you want to learn to code, pick a project that you would like to build, that like you would like to have in your life, that like would make your life easier somehow, or like something that you wish you like had, even if it exists, but like you want to like do something that's always going to be the easiest to like build if you have like a reason to build something, and then just work on building it from scratch. And like, in order to build any project, you're going to have to learn the basics. Then you have to learn to like build on top of it. And then you're going to have to learn the right way to do something that you just learned the wrong way to do. And all sorts of stuff. But like, don't ignore what Claude Code could do for you while you're doing all that, but just make sure you understand what it's doing as it's doing it. This might be like a bad bit of advice. Like I'm not an educator and I can't like retroactively forget that I know how to code, you know? So like, it's really hard for me to put myself in the shoes of like, you know nothing about code now, right? I've been coding since I was like 12. So if I like knew nothing about code anymore, would I be able to like figure out, would I be able to, with like the power of magic in my hand to like just write any code without understanding it, would I be able to like have the discipline to then go and truly understand what it is that Claude Code just did for me? I don't know, right? I don't know if I would, instead of just being like, I don't fucking get anything that it just did. I'm going to like hit the easy button and just like keep going, right? I know a lot of people are like having AI explain what it's writing as it's writing it. Like if you tell the agent like, hey, I'm trying to learn this, you know what I mean? Like don't just fucking one shot everything and run away and me not understand what you just did. Like the agent will comply and it will tell you what it's doing. You're learning the basics, messing with codecs. Yeah. Just consume as much fucking content about this stuff as possible, honestly. And then like having a project to work on helps. Having like people to talk to about what you're learning really helps. Like having a community to like bounce ideas off of and B, clear blockers for you. That's how my brain works, right? I'll like try to do something and hit a wall. And I like, someone one time at an old job told me, Matt, you like to outsource your thinking. Cause like we used to sit in a big room and like hack on websites all day. And I would just be like banging on like a cross-site scripting thing that like, you know, I knew that it wasn't fully protected against cross-site scripting. It was like a weird filter. Weird filters, by the way, like never rely on a weird filter to solve cross-site scripting. Because like someone like me will be obsessed and try to find a way around it. And we generally did, right? But like a lot of the internet was vulnerable to cross-site scripting in the early 2010s, early 2000s, you know, late aughts, early 10s, whatever it's called. And I used to like sit and bang, and then I would just like, I would like take my headphone off, be like, this guy sat in front of me. His name was Cash. Cash was really good at filter bypass. I'd be like, Cash, what the fuck is the like on error thing? I only have 12 characters. I need an exploit that's like shorter than 12 characters that works in Internet Explorer. Like, you know what I mean? I would just like say the shit out loud. And if he knew offhand, he would just tell me. And if not, he'd like wheel his chair over and be like, what are you talking about? What are you like, what? And then one time he told me, he's like, Matt, you like to outsource your thinking a lot. And I'm like, yeah, because like, I just say the problem in the air and like someone knows it. And I'm like, cool, you just saved me like 2 hours. You know, it's probably not like the best way to like figure shit out on your own, but like I was smart enough to understand the explanation, right? So like I would remember the answer. I would not have to ask that one ever again, right? If you're not good at that, then maybe don't do what I'm talking about, right? But solving a problem you personally care about, even if it's not prevalent. Yeah, totally. Like, what are you passionate about? Like, what's interesting? What's going to help you? You want to do a game? Like, start fucking with a game. You want to like, you know? Cash GPT. Yeah, don't tell him that. Don't tell him I said that. But that's definitely what it was. He was good. He was good at cross-site scripting, man. He was a nice dude, too. All right. Everyone say, Matt, go do your newsletter. I'll stay on live. We're chilling, but Matt, go do your newsletter so that you can go home and eat dinner at a normal time. We're going to do it together. We're going to hang out. You guys can still ask questions. But we're going to top off the newsletter. We're going to see how Bill transcribe. If you guys don't know, Bill, who sits in chat, takes transcriptions of my videos and then uses my words with the power of
Mythos!
I don't know why this one doesn't work sometimes.
Mythos!
If I hit that one first sometimes, it just doesn't do anything.
Mythos!
I don't know why. With the power of AI, Bill takes my transcriptions and blobs together some newsletter summaries. We're going to co-work. You're doing homework with the power of Grayskull. What's everyone else working on? If we're all co-working together, what are you all working on? I know Mohammed's driving a truck. Kilobyte's probably at a trauma center. Roman's probably playing Xbox. I'm just kidding. I don't know what you're doing. Dinner prep. You in Europe? You got to be in Europe. Where are you at? Mr. Worldwide. Brandon's dealing with an incident that he caused. You're learning about AI GRC platform. Think about AWS security concepts for an interview. Oh, your interview's today, dude? Oh, Toronto, your lunch. Oh, lunch break, prep and dinner. Got it. 222 deliveries today, down to 56. Damn. You guys make the world go round, man. You guys really make the world go round. That's crazy. I'm just sitting here yapping on the internet. You're like fucking delivering 222 packages in a day. Clap, clap, clap. What up, Con? You've been lurking, trying to figure out what to do about this copy fail. Is only the mitigation currently available? Let's pull it up. Let's pull up the why do I have that article open twice? The blog about it isn't great. Impact and fixes. Let's see what bleeping says the fix is. It was fixed upstream on April 1st by reverting the problematic in-place crypto behavior. The fixes were made available in these versions of stuff. According to the researchers, major Linux distros were already pushing the fix via kernel updates. However, some vulnerability analysts note that there are no official updates for that CVE. Fedora 42 and newer have updates, but no official advisory regarding that CVE. As an interim mitigation for those who haven't received the updates yet, the researchers recommend disabling the vulnerable crypto interface, which would block the socket creation. So this is the bit. Yeah, it says kernel patches are out, but then some people are saying that like not every distro is like announcing that CVE as part of things. But I guess this line of code might help. Or this command, I mean. These researchers suggest treating multi-tenant Linux hosts, Kubernetes, CI runners, and Cloud SaaS runner as priority. Yeah. What is he saying? He's talking on Mastodon. If you're on Ubuntu, 2604 isn't affected. 1804 through 2510 are affected, but no fixes are available. I mean, this is also 24 hours ago. If you're on an obscure distro like Debian, you may not have a fixable obscure distro or rel. While the vulnerability just seems to be discovered, I can't figure out, but the CV has only existed for a week and none of the distros in their advisory had updates. There's some IOCs. Fedora got built 2 days ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I don't have to run an incident on this right now because it is not clear. Not clear what to go do. I mean, the POC is pretty easy to run. So I would just try to make sure you're on the most up-to-date version of whatever distro you're running and then try that POC, right? I guess that's what I would do. All right. Let's see how transcriptions of my mad ramblings about these things turned into news this week, okay? GitHub had a remote code execution bug where the user input from a git push wasn't properly sanitized. That means someone with repo access could inject commands just by pushing code and potentially execute them on GitHub's backend systems. That's normal developer behavior turning into an attack path. That's AI. That's not something I would say. I look at this through one lens. Where does the code execute and what access does it have? If untrusted input can hit a system that executes code and has write access, that's a problem. I wouldn't say this either. A basic input validation failure turns into a potential remote code execution path once. No, this paragraph doesn't work. Darn. Okay. Let's write this one without AI. So what are we writing? All right. This one got voted top story in my live stream, but it was a hard choice with so much news this week. This is crazy. AI assisted fuzzing using IDA Pro MCP by the Wiz team found a critical RCE in closed source black box appliance of GitHub Enterprise. With a small tweak, this bug also worked on github.com. With a single git push, a user with access to any repo, even one they just created themselves, would be able to execute code on the server itself and get read write to any other repo on that server. for GitHub Enterprise. This is a huge deal on github.com because of their multi-tenant architecture, leading basically potentially millions of repos exposed. They had the fix out in under 2 hours, which deserves huge kudos. It took a few days to package the fix into GitHub Enterprise, and at the time of Wiz publishing the research, 88% of servers out there were still vulnerable. So if you're a GitHub Enterprise customer, get to patching. All right. Writing my newsletter, do I take high-level notes first? Yeah, I have like a whole pipeline where I star an article in Feedly. It gets like sent to some AI magic, formatted properly, and spit into a Google Doc with like a summary. But it's generally shit that I've made a video about or talked about on live earlier in the week. So I already am like super familiar with all this stuff. You know what I mean? Matt, does vuln have a message board? No, I'm going to make a community. Unfortunately, I think I want to make it like for paid subscribers of vuln, just as like a feature. All right, sorry, Bill, if you're watching. I just kind of like mowed over this because this one was just too AI summary and kind of missed the key points. Checkmarks is no way number 2 story. What's number 2 story? We're going to go with copy fail as the number 2 story, right? For sure. Where's the copy fail one? Did I not dump it in here yet? I didn't. Bump, 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 bump. All right. We're going to do these up here. So we get our ad in there. And then we're going to dump. These are the AI bullshit that I will throw out. But this is copy fail. I don't want to use the bleeping computer article when I can just use copy.fail. But bleeping computer was the thing that showed up in Feedly, so that makes sense. But we're going to send everyone to just read copy.fail. Okay, and then we're going to just delete this AI bullshit because I don't care. And then you want to whisper flow it or whatever? I only just covered it in this stream. The GitHub one? No, we covered the GitHub one on Tuesday. Right? Are you talking copy fail that's not in there? Oh, yeah. I knew why copy fail wasn't in there yet. Yeah, I knew that. But we're just going to rock. I know you're going to work on this later, but we're here. We're doing it. You're good. Paywall, nice. I know. Don't hate me. Like managing a community is like a non-zero effort. This is why I haven't done it, because I don't want to manage a community. So I think I'll probably have to hire a community manager to like make it worth it. So I have, I got to put it behind premium. I don't have to, I guess, but can the community manage itself in some way? Sure. But like, I also just don't want to put like yet another fucking Discord or Slack. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want it to just be like, yeah, vulnerable you, like yet another fucking thing. It doesn't exist yet because I have been dragging my feet forever. Because it's a lot of work and I'm fucking on camera 15 hours a week and run 2 companies. Like, and write a fucking newsletter for hours every week. Like, oh my God. You know, I should start a podcast too, shouldn't I? I should like interview people and do a podcast, right? I got this whole setup. I should have a podcast. Why don't I have a podcast? Because there's only so much time in a fucking week. Most message board are free. Yeah, I know, but like, why? Like, we don't need another free Discord that'll just sit empty and be of like very little value for anyone, you know? Like, no offense to like some other cybersecurity content creators that have Discords that they just like have people in. Like, I pop my head in every once in a while and I'm like, I'm not going to come hang out here, you know? I don't know. Discord is dead. Yeah, no, I would rather do a Slack. I would like to like bring guest speakers and like run an event here in Austin that like live streams to the community. I'd love to do like a book club, you know? I'd love to like, I have lots of ideas. I'd love to like do hackathons. You know, that's a community. We're all going to learn together. It's going to be cool, right? Can't do that shit for free, unfortunately. You know, I can't make it cool. John haven't used Discord. Yeah, I don't fucking look at John's Discord. I love you, John. John watches these. John, I love you. Like, I don't know. A bunch of people have just like random Discord. I just don't feel like I need to add yet another Discord. I don't know. Like, call me crazy. But I don't feel like my value to the world is yet another Discord link. I don't know. Yell at me if I'm wrong. But like, Vulnerable University. Exactly. That's why I called it vuln you to begin with. It's like a little play on words, like you as in you and university. Like, we're going to work on ourselves, right? We're going to be vulnerable and work on ourselves. It's like why it's in the name, you know? But I don't know. And we can like let some homies that hang out and stream in for free or whatever the fuck, right? Like, you know, you're in here. I'll give out free links, but I don't think I can just be like, yeah, we're gonna do another Discord because it's just gonna be dead. Because I'm not gonna be in there. I don't have time to be in there being like, let's talk, everybody. We're all like, I'm gonna come here and bring value. Please work on a security company like Rapid7. We want Vulnerable You to start a Rapid7 competitor so that you all can work. Open my company? What are you talking about? Hire you all? You're all hired. You volunteer as tribute. Yeah, listen, I know that I got like cool people that hang out that would help like do shit. I understand that. But I'd also not like you to like volunteer your time. You know? I would love to be one of those streamers that like, what is, you know, Pirate Software? He's like, my mods get fucking salary and benefits. I would love to do so. I currently make $130 a month on YouTube. Like, you know? Don't feel bad for me. I'm doing it. We're putting in the work. And that doesn't include sponsorships and shit like that. But like, I have 8 subscribers. Like, I have eight subscribers, single digit subscribers. Like, how crazy of me. Like, what kind of asshole would look at the currently 4 people sitting in Twitch and be like, let's start a fucking Discord. This is it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm only a few months in. I'm only like 3 months in. Pirating software. No, there's a streamer named Pirate Software. His name is Pirate Software. He's a streamer, and he like famously like pays his mods and all this kind of shit. If you have an internship that's not for GOC, I know a bunch of you would be down. Listen, I know. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. How the fuck are we going to explain copy fail? All right. We're going to do whisper flow. Do I got whisper flow on this computer? I do. Why wasn't it on? Do I have IRC? Everyone has IRC. IRC just exists. It's like asking, do I have the internet? Don't you have to watch low level first to understand it? No. We're going to just not understand this, and we're going to write 2 paragraphs about it. Excuse me, Sophia. Get out of here. Sophia is one of my best, most awesome teammates. Did you just explain internet relay chat to me? Don't quote the old magic to me. I was there when it was born. Yeah, dude, IRC was like my first social network. Like before Twitter, I was on Freenode talking to security people. Yes. Let's go Trillion. Oh, hell yeah, Trillion. How about ICQ? Does anyone remember their ICQ number? Mr. Floppy Disk over here. You don't remember your number? I probably did pretty recently. Sophia manages a bunch of my sponsor stuff. So she's in here probably making sure the ad is right. All right. How do I do whisper flow again? Do I hold option? No. Do I hold function? No. What's my... Oh, control plus option. Got it. Oh, shit. My keyboard is dying. How dying? No, not that dying. All right. All right. This one is hard to understand, but easy to know what you need to do about it. It's pretty scary overall. It is a privilege escalation bug in basically every Linux distro that came out after 2017. And like all good and serious vulnerabilities, it has a name and a web page of its own. Unfortunately, because of probably the widespread nature of the patching that needs to go on with this one, the vulnerability research dropped about the same time as the POC, and it says that they gave the distros about a month to get ahead of this instead of 90 days. They didn't really say why. I'm assuming it's because if all the distros started putting out updates, it was going to be hard to keep a lid on this one. The gist is any user on a box. What? The gist is any user on a box can turn into root. So this is really important for shared boxes, things like CI/CD build boxes, Kubernetes cluster machines, or any sort of like cloud SaaS offering that lets users execute code on a shared box. Much less important to patch on just single user Linux workstations or anything like that, but obviously still patch if you can. Where'd it go? How come that didn't work? Hey, Whisper Flow, why didn't that fucking work? Yeah, I understand. Why didn't that go into my thing? God damn it. Is there a newsletter or some message board you could sign up for? Are you trolling me, J.O.? If you're not trolling me, please subscribe to my newsletter that I'm currently writing live on stream. I don't know if you're trolling because we just had a whole conversation about the message board thing. All right, this one's hard to understand, but easy to know what you need to do about it. It's pretty scary overall. That was dumb. It is a privilege escalation bug in basically every Linux distro that came out after 2017. And like all good serious vulnerabilities, it has a name and a web page of its own. Did this change the font on me like a little bitch? Yes, it did. And like all good and serious vulnerabilities, it has a name and a web page of its own. I said this dumbly. The vulnerability research dropped about the same time as the POC. At the same time as the POC. And it says they gave the distros about a month to get ahead of this instead of 90 days. The gist is any user on a box can turn it to root. So this is really important for shared boxes, things like CI/CD build machines, Kubernetes cluster machines, or any sort of cloud SaaS offering that lets the users execute code on a shared box. Much less important to patch just a single Linux user, but still patch if you can. All right, what picture from copy fail should I include in the newsletter? This, the POC, this one, that's a good image. Right. All right, copy fail done. Jay yelled at me to get up your numbers. You've been enjoying GitHub hash. I love coworkers bullying other coworkers to get in stream. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. This was AI nonsense in here. What year did cPanel come out? We're going to open with that. Like 1996? 1997. View bot spam block. You have a friend currently playing with what? All right, what's the gist on this bug? I didn't even like really pay attention to this bug. I didn't really pay attention to like the actual gist of this bug because I was just more angry that we had 1.5 million exposed endpoints that we had to deal with, which is just insane. Oh, copy fail issue. Cool. It's caused by improper session handling in cPanel. All right, here's my little summary, and then we can edit it. A critical auth bypass has been getting exploited in the wild since late February. Now there's a public POC floating around courtesy of Watchtower. The vulnerability is a CRLF injection in the login process that let attackers, we don't need to get that cute, bypass authentication, and we definitely don't need that. With 1.5 million CPAL instances on the internet, that's a lot of potential targets. I can't believe we're still chasing this. Dropped on April 18th. But active exploitation goes back way before patches were available. Consider yourself owned if you've been on the internet with these vulnerable machines the last few weeks. We're not even going to say this. And I already kind of wrote that. We don't need to be that sarcastic all the time. All right. You tried to sign up on the site and the sign up button just seems to hang. It's wild. Does Twitch? It's wild. Twitch does make this easy for you. vuln.com sign up seems to hang. Really? I wonder if Beehive's having some issues. No known issues. Their status page says it's okay. I don't know. That's weird. Looks like everything works. That's weird. All right, check marks. Let's do. I don't think this one is the third most interesting, but we're just gonna make sure that we're good here. Check marks finally confirmed. Stolen GitHub data. Stolen GitHub data. I don't think we need that link if we already do it twice. What actually happened here, and it ties straight back to the same supply chain mess we've been watching unfold for weeks. The access vector was the Trivy supply chain attack. Trivy got hacked, attackers got credentials, and then they used those to get into Checkmark's GitHub and push malicious code. No, that's not accurate. Damn. Damn. That's not accurate. We got to figure this out, Bill. I got to get to the point where I can trust accuracy on these. So that's not right. All right. That was back on March 23rd. About a week later, data got exfiltrated. Now Lapsus has dumped that data publicly. Is that true? Or is Lapsus trying to sell the data? I don't think they've dumped it publicly. This wasn't one and done. I wouldn't say that. There was a second wave of malicious artifacts a month later. That means whatever containment they did the first time didn't fully remove the attacker, or they got back in. This isn't just check marks. This is a security tool that downstream customers are pulling. That's not how I would word that. If you're pinned to latest, you're literally pulling malicious code from a security vendor. And these generic, that should unsettle shit is just AI nonsense. I would never say. All right. What's the actual bit? Oh, the article does say through stolen credentials from Trivia back in March. I thought it was something else. Okay, maybe that is accurate. Docker images. Okay, so we're not as bad as we thought. Docker images and VS Code extensions that were designed to steal credentials and config files seem to have been used against check marks devs. Yo, so I talked about check marks somewhere, and someone was like, Marx, the communist, like someone just like went all weird about it. Do you send a confirmation email and sign up? Yeah, I say like a thank you. I don't make you confirm. I don't make you like do anything, but yeah, you get a thank you email. Oh, they did dump the data. Okay. Okay, this was actually more accurate than my memory led me to believe. Okay. Robinhood phishing email.
Welcome.
This is one of those phishing emails where everything checks out. It's actually from Robinhood. It passes every filter. It lands clean in your inbox, and there's nothing that, about it that looks off at first glance. What the attacker did was abuse the Gmail dot trick to create a separate Robinhood account tied to your email, then trigger a legitimate unrecognized activity alert. We talked about Robinhood already. Remove that one. Dude, this is my newsletter that goes out tomorrow. We've talked about everything in here already. But the real move was HTML. I would say this. Vuln that enabled this was HTML injection. No, that's my subscribe. You don't hear interference signals. You hear the alert when someone subscribes to my channel. It's an old modem noise that says welcome. You think you're hearing things over there? When someone subscribes, I get the AOL modem notification. The AOL modem sound. The shoved attacker-controlled HTML into the device name field, so when Robin had sent the email, the bottom half of it was basically attacker phishing pain rendered inside of a legit message. That review, no, this is AI. We don't ask ourselves questions. AI asks themselves questions. That's a tell. only real defense is after the click. If you land on the phishing page and you're using a password manager, it's not going to autofill because the domain isn't Robinhood. Just don't need this back part. Okay. Ad number 2. How many down are we from ad number 1? Ad number 1. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Add 2. Yeah, that's good. Iranian. Handel is out there claiming they dumped personal data on a bunch of Marines. The message is full on cartoon villain stuff. Pure propaganda, but underneath that, there's a real question I care about. Where did the data actually come from and how did they build these profiles? That's the part we don't have yet. It's the only part that really matters. War stuff is war stuff. We all get that. But when this kind of targeting starts bleeding into private individuals, families, potentially companies, it crosses into something we should be paying attention to right now. It's noise and threats. I'm watching for how they got the data and whether it starts hitting closer to home. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Way to go. My transcript and Bill did perfect there. No notes. All right. The evil cybercrime weapon. It's been driving you crazy. You're reading for school. Suddenly you're hearing the motive. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't know you didn't know. All right. This one looks super scary. If you don't know what you're looking at, you've got this cybercrime device in the trunk of the car, antennas and wires everywhere. All right. I would be... The normies ate this one up. This story was all over the news with this terrifying looking hacking machine in the trunk driving around hacking phones. But it's actually just a fake cell tower. This stuff's been around forever. It's not like if this thing drives past your house, you get instantly hacked. It's an SMS blaster mimicking a tower so phones connect to it and can send phishing text directly. What is the real scale and why they're doing it? Instead of sending scam text through your normal telecom networks where they might get blocked, they run their own network and blast messages straight to nearby devices. That's why tens of thousands of phones connected and why you see numbers like millions of disruptions. It's just SMS phishing at scale. The interesting part to me isn't the scary device, but how they're bypassing all the normal protections going through the phone. Oh, scary device is kind of interesting, but yeah, I know I downplayed it because I was like, whoa, scary hacking machine. All right, ADT hacked. ADT, I don't need to do this. Just had data on about 5.5 million customers exposed out of about 6 million total customers. So basically all of them. Names, phone numbers, addresses, emails, that kind of stuff you'd expect, but still not great when it's tied to people's homes. From everything I've seen, this wasn't some crazy technical exploit. It looks like the same thing that we're seeing over and over again. Someone get access through an employee account, pull out data. Wait. Didn't they tie this one to Anodot? No? I thought the Anodot one listed ADT in here too. I thought ADT hack Anodot. I thought this was tied to Anodot. Did I make that up? I must have made it up. I must have made it up. Oh, they specifically said it's a vishing campaign. I hate the term vishing. I hate the term vishing. All right. What do we write here? Hold on. Vuln edition number 165. Hey, what'd you do? Oh, thanks, dude. Is vuln sponsor of ThreatLocker? Other way around. ThreatLocker sponsors vuln. How do I feel about thrunting? Oh my God. Stop. Smishing. Stop. Everyone stop combining words. It's threat hunting. It's SMS phishing. Whew. What up, Brandon? How's Kaseya Connect? You better get that Cybertruck. If you get that Cybertruck, I want a road trip to Austin. We'll take pictures in front of it. Aishing. Yeah, this whole thing doesn't matter. Okay. What do we get again? Hey, thanks, Kilobyte. The bits. We don't get to hear the money alert a lot. I appreciate you. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's always fun. I'm always like, what? What? All right. Money launderer. Get 5-year sentence. Let's see. What do we got? You have to keep the TL wrap on it for 2 years, but you can add magnets. Oh, is that like you have to like agree to keep their wrap on it to enter the contest? What are they gonna fucking do if you take it off? What is crack the AI whip? Oh God, where does it say that? Where do we see that? Roman doing the bit thing. Thanks, man. We appreciate you. It's actually going well. Ran into a local MSP back home that I might end up working the cybersecurity programs for him. Cool. You know, I've had Brandon, actually, you might be a good person to ask. Hold on. I have a question for you. Don't leave. One second. I have a question. Do you know about this CMMC thing by the DoD? Wow, what a page. Like, no one, yeah, you could tell that they don't allow Claude code at the Department of War. What the fuck is this? The learn more buttons aren't even centered. What the hell is this? Yellow ass banner. You could tell. You could tell. You could use some Claude code in here. You know about this? Are you running into this at any MSPs or any of these like people that are like dealing with businesses trying to sell to the government that need a CMMC certification? You already seeing it, Roman? All right. It's been around for decades. All right. I didn't know about it, but apparently there's some shit. I got a text. Pretty aggressive phased rollout for compliance. Expected to be a bunch of demand for it because there's a deadline for DoD contracts for end of this year. For this. Yeah, what's all this? Right? Phase 1 implementation by November 2026 to focus primarily on CMMC level 1 and 2 self-assessments. You have to submit your affirmations before that. But they're self, right? But like people are saying that there's like going to be a drum up of need for auditors to do this. It's like physical shit though, right? It's like robotics and stuff like that, right? Yeah. We know what the self-assessment shit is, right? It's just cover your ass stuff, right? Oh, it says a lot about how the whole ecosystem works. You got a 22-year-old in California just sentenced to about 5 years for laundering crypto tied to a group is still something like $260 million. His job wasn't the hack. His job was taking the money after that, buying assets, moving funds around, basically helping clean it so it looks legit. What people miss with a story like this is that the hack is one thing, but none of it works without someone on the back end turning stolen crypto into something usable. You steal it, move it, cash it out. Stands out to me is how young these guys are, early 20s, already deep in the world of moving millions, part of an ecosystem built around making money and stolen usable. Yeah. I think the audit, it costs you like $6,000 to be certified and be able to consult for the government for CMMC. Same as SOC. Yeah, I know. But like, I don't know. Basically, a buddy texted me. He's like doing a robotics startup. And he's like, we might need help with this. Can you help? And I was like, yeah, maybe. Right. Because it's probably a bunch of like SOC like bullshit. And I've helped people get their SOC 2 before. Right. I was like, I've never heard of the CMMC thing, but yeah, I might be able to help. I've just never really played in that space a whole lot. But then he was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, if there's going to be a bunch of outsized demand for this year, you should be talking about this. And, you know, even having like a few team members at vuln U that can like do this kind of stuff and just start talking about it. Anyway. I don't think I have the brain capacity, right? But do NIST. Do a NIST to CMMC crosswalk. Yeah, right. I'm sure there's like a ton of overlap. I just don't know. I interviewed with a company before that sells physical security systems to government agencies. It was nuts the amount of work that goes into CMMC. Really? I feel like, I don't know. I looked at it. It felt pretty like just have a fucking security program. but maybe I overlooked at it. All right. What stories have I missed? Help me not miss stories. What have I missed? So we did, what are the big ones this week? We talked about GitHub copy fail cPanel, right? So we've got GitHub up top, copy fail next, cPanel after that, supply chain stuff that keeps going on after that, Robinhood phishing. Then these were just kind of like shit that I just talked about randomly. What's up, Chloe? You turned on the offer, wasn't big enough difference in money. Yeah. You're welcome for forcing you to update Linux servers all day. You're very welcome. What am I missing? I feel like I was all worried about fitting all the stories in here. Let me go to my Twitter. Hold on. Oh, I want to do the bug bounty reduction story, maybe. Oh, I should do the Niels one, right? Duh. Oh, wait. I was going to maybe put this in something I read. What's up, Chloe? How are you? Did I see your chats? I don't know. What chats? Probably not. Best blog I've read all year. Must read it if you're subbed here. Duplicates mythos and mythos like findings with currently available models using his custom harness. Stream's going good. Stream's going good. What chats did I miss? I don't know. Sorry if I sorry if I missed it. WordPress plugin vulns just happen entirely too often to care about it. Keep the grind up. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing the dang thing. Taking a red eye back to Atlanta tonight. Red eye? Where's Kaseya Connect? Oh, you're in Vegas. Red eye? That's got a, what? That's like a 3.5 hour flight? That's not enough for a red eye. You can't sleep enough on a 3.5 hour flight. Am I undercutting it? Is it over 4 hours? Oh, yeah. I remember now. SAP packages. Thank you. Yes. We did talk about that on stream. Do we care enough to put that in the newsletter? Do we care enough? Why do I not use any types of customized work? What you mean? Midnight to 7 a.m. Hold on a second. Vegas. Oh my God, it is 3 time zones. Vegas is Western time, isn't it? and Atlanta is Eastern time. You're like on the edge of both of those time zones. So you're 3 hours difference. So midnight's actually 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. So it's 4-hour flight. Oh, wow. Okay. Route to GitHub is the top story. We already talked about that. It's kind of crazy that these stories don't even fucking register, right? Like Glassworm is still doing worm shit. Logos, banners, overlays. Oh, on my stream? I don't know. Because fucking 4 people hang out in here. So I think it's kind of silly to be like, latest bits. Look at all the latest bits I got. Because it doesn't exist. So I just kind of like simplified the streaming OBS setup. I do want to change it a little bit so chat is easier to read when I'm sharing my screen. But if you want to become an affiliate, I am an affiliate. You will need to create custom content so you can get views on your streams. Oh, I mean, I make custom content? I do already? Thank you, Kilobyte. I don't know what you mean. Like, if you mean create custom content, like create custom overlays, I mean, I've survived without it. I used to do it when I would like play video games and stuff on Twitch. I would do it, but you haven't gambled anything this trip. I am anti-gambling. I'm not a gambler. I'm pretty anti-gambling. Like, I want to talk about all 3 of these that happened this week from Socket and the fact that they acquired my homie's startup. All right, we're going to do it. We're going to do like a little... Watch, we're going to be cute. We're going to be cute. We're going to take a screenshot of this whole thing. I don't know. I don't think that if all of a sudden I had a bunch of overlays that I would magically get more Twitch viewers. I think there's just kind of like not the biggest addressable market for just chatting streams that go through cybersecurity stuff. I don't know. Like my buddies that have been doing this for, like, if you go to like Ali, who like codes on stream and talks security stuff on stream. I mean, she's been doing this forever and she gets like 40 viewers, you know? I don't know. Naham does like the bug bounty stuff. Bug bounty is always good content. Yeah, you can find me on Instagram. Found a burger and drinks for under $50. That's a win. That's a win. Yo, go to my favorite restaurant in Vegas. All my favorite restaurants in Vegas are in the Cosmo. And then there's some good ones in the Caesar Forum shops. And then there's some good ones off strip. High quality creative design concepts for my YouTube channel. Oh, I see what's going on, Chloe. You do this stuff. That's why it's so important for you. Maybe rating other channels on Twitch might help. I don't know, Kilobyte. I don't know how that works from Restream while I'm multi-streaming to YouTube, like on YouTube. You know? I don't know. I'm just going to keep grinding and eventually hope that magic things happen. I'm really just hanging my hat on like, I'm the only streamer that's like done cybersecurity for 18 years that I know about. I'm the only person that's like been the head of security for large companies that streams for 15 hours a week, for 12 hours a week and puts out videos. And I'm just like, maybe people will figure that out eventually. I'm like mediocrely good at yapping and I've done this a lot. So, all right, we're going to be cute and we're just going to say, we're going to put this somewhere down here. Robinhood, All right, we're going to put this right here. Nope. We're going to... we're going to go H3. And we're going to just link the whole socket blog. And then we're going to put the image in it. So I have to, of course, hide my screen so my file system doesn't come up. Oh, wait. Let's do this. Sorry. First of all, I couldn't possibly cover all the supply chain stuff that happened this week individually. Quick recap. Open VSX extensions are dealing with new variations and waves of Glassworm. Team PCP is still kicking around, this time in SAP's repos. A bunch of NPM typo squats are out there stealing secrets out of environment variables, and popular PyPy packages tied to Lightning were compromised. On top of all of that, Socket acquired Secure Annex. And not to take credit or anything, but Faraz and Tuckner are the only two founders that have been on my YouTube channel, and here they are succeeding together. Causation or correlation, you decide. I can't type. Okay. Cool. There we go. I think we've got a bit of a newsletter. What do you guys think? I think we do. Oh, wait, I wanted to do the Google bug bounty one, right? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. Damn, wait, where did it go? Something I heard. Something I read. Something I wrote. We're going to cheap out, and something I wrote is just going to be that we knew that Meeting with security companies. Well, with this announcement, that is confirmed. All right, cheap out. Just put a tweet. And then ba-da-ba. Look at this. Another one today. Frost is like tweeting me, and I'm like, yeah, dude. I know. Can we get a Ben Affleck smoking GIF? Yeah. Yeah, dude. We're tired, Frost. Please chill. What is something we heard? We watched some cool YouTube videos together on stream. Let's see. Let's go to our YouTube history and see a good one that we want to put in here. This one.
On an aeroplane because of the damage.
I hate that YouTube includes the time stamp always by default. It is annoying. All right. Are we going to publish my GitHub vuln video today? All right. We're going to do this one instead.
AI.
And I have to take the timestamp off. Annoying. All right. Bug bounty one. Bug bounty one. I forgot about the bug bounty one. Sorry, I just stopped talking there for a sec. I just needed to type that intro. What? Interesting. This guy is telling me that I'm trying to find the, sorry, ADD strong. I'm trying to find the bug bounty thing. Here it is. Let's find these. We'll put this at the bottom? No, not quite. We'll go above all of that stuff. H3. Um, Interesting. Okay. Need some memes. Who's got some favorite tweets or memes of the week? I always hate that I forget to save the funny things that made me laugh. Oh, I don't know if I put that threat hunting one in the newsletter last week. I think I probably did. I think I did. I didn't. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Where would I find that easily? Probably my LinkedIn notifications, honestly, because I shit posted on LinkedIn. Yeah, it is. That was the easiest way to find it. Fantastic idea. Boom. Boom, boop, 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 boop. But we don't need to make it huge. All right. Now, the dumb thing that I sometimes now do is like go through all the tweets that I liked in a given week and try to find funny ones in there. But I like so much bullshit. It's like, that's not going to be useful. Like, did you guys see this story about this JP Morgan, like, executive sexually harassing, like, their team? The memes coming out of it are just ridiculous. All right, let's see. We are not pulling that story up on stream. We are absolutely not. Oh, is it fair to put my own tweet in? I was funny. I know, I'm kidding. I've put my own tweet in before. Huh. I'm meme hunting. Meme hunting. Good live stream content, right? Oof. That's all right. We've only been live for 4.5 hours. I can take a fucking second, can't I? Oh, this one was funny, but it's a video. I don't think a video does too well. Oh yeah, this was funny. This is a good one. This will do it. Hey, it's not my fault you can't multitask. Come on. You can't blame that on me. What the fudge? Come on. Embed the damn tweet. There we go. The adversary didn't wake up and follow the rules we made up. A definitive guide to cybersecurity by Robert Hackerman. That's a good one for sure, right? Alrighty, I think we got a newsletter, everybody. Well, the team has to fix the ads and the logos and all that, but I think we're there. Newsletter, show my name in the email, and we will figure out the rest later. All right. Well, I finished by 2 o'clock. This is like record early newsletter time. Record. The thing that I've been rewarding myself with on Thursdays. I probably shouldn't say it on stream. Never mind. Not worth it to say on stream. I've given myself a little treat on Thursdays because I stream for like 4 hours, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So by Thursday night, I've been on camera for 12 hours live. And then I record all my shorts and long YouTube videos and sponsored content while I'm not here with you guys. And then I run 2 companies. I have basically meetings, except for Thursday because the newsletter day. I basically have meetings from the time I get off stream until the time I go home. Right? So by Thursday night, I'm a bit fucking cooked, right? And so I give myself just a little reward. Just a little, hey, Matt, it's all right. You can turn your brain off. You can turn your brain off, Matt, and it's fine. And then, oh, you know what I do on Fridays? I try to go to do yoga, and then I get in the sauna and the cold plunge. That combination, oh my God. The good brain chemicals, shoo, shoo, shoo. The good brain chemicals from a sauna plus cold plunge and a yoga class is chef kiss. Chef kiss. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't Restream just like completely refresh out of nowhere and dump everything except for YouTube chat? Why wouldn't they do that? How dare I not say what it is? Okay, well, I'm sober for just shy of 4 years. So it's not an alcoholic beverage, but it is a beverage that maybe there's like a legal loophole that this canned beverage exists. Okay? There you go. I don't smoke and I don't drink alcohol. But there's a certain other kind of, hey, Matt, turn your brain off seltzer that I've come to enjoy exactly once a week. Yeah. It's like derived. It's a seltzer derived from a certain thing. It's a white Monster Energy. At 7 p.m. at night, I get off work and I crack a white Monster Energy. Illegal in 19 states. White Monster. Oh my God. Who remembers? No, it's a Four Loko. Just to ease me into the weekend. Just a nice Four Loko with dinner. I put it in like a snifter and give it one of these, like little aerations. All right. I think we've gone completely off rails. Should we watch one video? Did Low Level put his video up? Careful now, Unc. Did Ed's video go up? No, it didn't yet. Well, then what the fuck are we supposed to watch, Ed? How dare you? First of all, how dare you? We can watch one video and then I'm going to go. I don't know if I want to watch another like cybercrime video. We've watched a lot of those this week. I don't know. If one doesn't jump out soon at me, I'm probably not gonna. My algorithm's currently suggesting me e-bike review videos because I'm thinking about buying myself an e-bike. So of course I do hours worth of research about what e-bike I should buy, like a psychopath. All right, let's watch Marcus.
That's cool.
Let's do it. Marcus is a homie. If you guys don't know Marcus, he had a run-in with the FBI for his WannaCry malware, and now he's a good dude who like talks a lot about this stuff. So now 0 degree beer is really good. Okay, I have a theory. So I do like a non-alcoholic beer on occasion. They don't like make me feel like the best because I've been off of alcohol for so long. They like, I don't know, they're just weird to drink. But as like a previous avid alcohol enjoyer, it is nice in certain situations to crack a cold one to not be miserable. So if I'm at like events or if you're at like a pool, you know, stuff where like beer is almost mandated. If you're at a baseball game, if I'm at a baseball game and I don't crack a beer, I think they escort you out, right? I think I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah. So like luckily the baseball games and the football games and the basketball games that I go to sell the NA beers nowadays. I have a theory, okay? I haven't seen anyone talk publicly about this yet. So I'm about to lay down some deep lore for any of you sober curious people. I don't know if any of you are sober. I don't know if any of you are considering stopping drinking. I recommend it. Best decision I ever made. I have a theory, okay? The shittier the real beer, the better the non-alcoholic beer version is. I'm going to call it the inverse Matt J law of non-alcoholic beers and reciprocal velocities. You don't drink or smoke, tax your addiction. Good for you. Good for you. I drank way too much for way too many years. So it was a had to turn it off kind of situation. All right. The non-alcoholic like IPAs, they taste like IPAs. I don't think I ever voluntarily had a Michelob Ultra in my drinking life. Okay. Non-alcoholic Michelob Ultra hits just fucking right. It's just like crisp, delicious, cold beer, which is like exactly the itch you're trying to scratch, right? Michelob Ultra, garbage. Non-alcoholic Michelob Ultra, chef's kiss, delicious. What else? Heineken Zero, meh. Corona Zero. Heineken's a better beer than Corona. Is that a hot take? I don't know. Heineken Zero, meh. Corona Zero, good. Budweiser, to be fair, I used to love a Bud Heavy. Bud Light's garbage, right? Everyone knows that, but we've all drank a lot of Bud Light in our days, right? Bud Heavy, I used to love a Bud Heavy. King of all beers, right? Non-alcoholic Bud, fantastic. Fantastic. Can't go into it classified, yeah. Anyway, that's the inverse square law of reciprocal non-alcoholic beer by Matt J. Okay? Anyway, Marcus is smarter than a lot of us. Let's watch.
Talking a little bit about AI polymorphism. A lot of people realize that...
If you guys don't know, AI polymorphism, okay? If you don't know what we're talking about. So like there's polymorphic malware is like a thing, right? It's like malware that self-changes itself to like avoid detection because of like signature-based detections. Because signature-based detections, if it changes at all, will fail, right? That's why people like pass hashes of malware together to compare malware samples. But if you change like anything in the malware, the hash changes, right? So polymorphic malware is malware that changes on execution, whatever. AI is like by nature non-deterministic, right? So a lot of like malware is coming out with like, oh, well, why don't you just call AI to generate this code at the moment? And the code will be slightly different because like the AI will not generate the same code more than once. So that's, if you guys didn't catch like what it's about. But Marcus is a malware expert, probably like one of the malware experts that we could like read and talk to and like touch in real life because he like comes to conferences and stuff, right? He's like a super malware expert, okay? He's also a giant AI skeptic. He's coming around and he's using all of it, but he's like certainly not like on the AI mythos. He's certainly not on the bandwagon, okay?
AIs can write code. They can generate code. So if they can generate code, they can generate different variations of the same code, which would then allow them to bypass antivirus detections, right? And the answer to that is, well, not really, no. And I'm going to start with the non-technical.
Wait, what? Why? I honestly thought so. Because I've shit on this idea in the past, right? I'm like, I think that AI malware will be easier to catch because we also have the AI and we can like write rules based on like the AI's behavior, right? But then everyone jumped down my throat and they were like, Matt, you're wrong. Like signatures are signatures and blah, blah, blah. So now I'm interested.
Analogy first, and then I'm going to explain sort of how it actually works. Now, the non-technical explanation is, imagine you run an art gallery and you have problems with people stealing the paintings. So you tell your security guard, here's a list of all the people, like all the known thieves in the area and what they typically like to wear. So if you see someone who looks like this, wearing this, kick them out. Now, of course, what happens? The thieves just change outfit. Simply kicking people out based on their outfit is not a very good security strategy. So then someone comes up with the idea of like, well, what do thieves normally do? They normally steal the paintings. So what if we just tell the security guard to look for people stealing the paintings? That's going to have a lot higher success than telling him to look for a 6'5" man with a top hat and glasses. Now, while that might sound really silly, that is...
Excuse me. I would like to just come out and support. I'm not with Marcus I'm not anti 6'5" men with top hats. I just would like to not get canceled along with him. I'm pro 6'5" men with top hats. I would like to not be associated with the stereotype of 6'5" men with top hats are thieves.
Is actually kind of how the older generation of antiviruses worked. They would build these sort of signatures, like these mathematical patterns, to compare known malicious code. So they would look for the same code pattern across different variants of the code. So they would say, like, this specific pattern is malicious. Look for this in any code. Except the problem there is there are infinite ways to write the same program. There are infinite ways you can write the same code that does the same thing. So threat actors could just rewrite their code. And then eventually they realized, actually, we can write code to rewrite the code for us. And that's how the polymorphic mutation engine came about. This was something that was actually invented before I was born. I believe it came out in the 80s. So like this technology is older than I am. And basically what it would do is it would take some kind of high-level language.
In the 80s? And that's older than Marcus? I guess it makes sense that Marcus is younger than me. This technology came out in the 1980s?
Like the threat actors would build their own high-level language, and then they would use this sort of engine to output code from their high-level language into a lower-level language. And it would have all this entropy, which would basically just change things each time it was run. So like, let's say you wanted to do a loop. There's lots of different ways you can do loops. You can do for loops, while loops, you can do go-tos, you can call functions recursively. And if I just randomly pick one of those options, every time my code has a loop, every version of the code will be different. And we can do the same for all kinds of technologies. Like there's different ways to call functions, there's different ways to add numbers together. And so essentially we can just randomly pick one of like 1,000 different ways to do a specific task. And then because code is made up of like thousands of different tasks, then we just get infinite permutations of the same code. So that kind of basically just made antivirus signatures useless. So then what happened was behavioral detections. Let's actually look at what the malware is doing, not how it looks. And that's when we started getting to the fact like ransomware still has to encrypt files. Like it still has to open the file.
Is this the guy that built the tool to find bike thieves? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that part of his lore. If he did, I'm not sure. Shut up, Matt. We weren't alive either. I was very much alive in the 80s. How old do you think I am? I was alive in the 80s.
Read the data, encrypt it, and then write it back. There is not infinite ways that you can do that. In fact, most operating systems only have about 5 different ways that you can read and write files. While the code has infinite permutations, the behavior of opening and writing files does not. Now, while that sounds like it should have just solved malware, it obviously didn't. Like, we still have malware today. And the problem is that really the only difference between malware and software is intent. Like, for example, how do you tell the difference between an info stealer and a password backup utility? Like, it's very difficult. It can be done, but there is like that wiggle room of, is it a legitimate piece of code or is it malware? Gone are the days where you could just change your code a bit and bypass the anti-malware product. Now threat actors sort of have to live in this like gray area between what is overtly malicious and overtly benign. So they need to make their software look as much like legitimate behavior as possible so that the behavioral-based detections can't tell the difference between ransomware and full disk encryption or a password backup tool and an info stealer. So then you might ask, well, could we use AI for that? But the problem there is the way that AI works. AI only knows how to do something because it's in its training data. Like they train on massive amounts of data, massive amounts of code, and then the AI is sort of able to infer how to do something based on patterns in its training data. But the problem with that is if we're talking about malware specifically, then all of the malware techniques and all of the malicious code that are in the AI's training data are there because they were documented, because they were published online. So essentially the AI is only going to know about the more known malware techniques, which are going to be the more detected ones. So if someone who doesn't have experience with writing evasive malware were to just open an AI model and say, try and write evasive malware to do X, it would just pick one of the common techniques.
This was my point. I got jumped all over for this point. I literally made this point like on Twitter a long time ago.
That's all it knows. So the use of LLMs for actually evading anti-malware products is a lot more limited than it might sound, because a lot of people are kind of still running on this assumption that security products work like the security products of the 90s, where they're just pattern matching on how does the code look. And if that was the case, then yes, like using AIs to just generate infinite permutations of the same code would allow you to bypass anti-malware products. But that has not been how any good anti-malware product works for basically the last 20 plus years. So I think it's basically that misunderstanding that leads to this fear of like AI polymorphism, because polymorphism is already a fixed problem. We already had to fix that problem because attackers figured out how to do it without AI. And whether the AIs make it easier for cyber criminals to use it, it doesn't matter, because this is a fixed problem. Like polymorphism is a fixed issue.
All right. I mean, I got pummeled for that point, saying that I was downplaying it. I don't know. So I agreed with him for a while, and literally people I respect talked me out of it. I was like, okay, I'm not a malware expert, so I'm going to just assume. All right. Anyway, good video, Marcus. You make an ass out of you and me. I remember in 8th grade, the teacher that wrote assume on the board and circled the ass out of you and me. I remember it, and we all lost our mind that he said ass. Should we watch Naham?
This is Douglas, and he
Should we watch Naham saying that his buddy made 40 grand in Cloud Code?
He recently made over
with bug bounties?
$40,000 at a live hacking event with HackerOne simply by using Cloud Code and some of his custom skills that he has created based on his reports on HackerOne. But before we get into this, I want to quickly just announce what I'm going to be doing moving forward with this type of series. And honestly, I've been seeing a lot of people create their own Cloud skills and using them to make money, and I wanted to learn how to do it. So moving forward, I'm going to try and make a couple of videos around making your own skills, or maybe even bringing some other guests onto the channel and having them share the screen, like today's episode, and showing us how to do it. But before we do this, do me a favor, drop me a comment saying Cloud if you want me to make a video on creating our first Cloud skill using just public data that's out there on the internet, and then testing it out and seeing if it finds vulnerabilities or not. So all you have to do is drop a comment saying Claude, and I will make that for one of the upcoming videos. But for now, let's jump into the video with Archangel and see how he's using Claude to find vulnerabilities on his bug bounty targets. All right, man, show me. I know you've been building a lot of cool stuff using AI, and I know you and I were talking earlier, and you mentioned you use Claude, or you make your skills to hack on these different programs. First of all, how did you make these skills? Like, give me the structure behind the skills. How does that look?
What I did was, at the recommendation of some other hackers, I took an export of all of my reports on HackerOne. I think I just gave Claude my HackerOne API token and download all my reports. And then
Sorry, what did Brandon say? It makes sense. LMs can only do what it was trained on. Why? Yeah. This is exactly what I thought, right? I was like, I think I got jumped on because I reduced it to autocomplete, right? I was like, oh, you mean like the thing that can autocomplete malware is going to be harder to catch? No, I don't think so, right? And I think people just didn't like that I reduced it to autocomplete, but.
Give the instruction to build skills based on what it noticed in my 2,000 something reports, so that anytime I spin up a Claude session, it knows the types of vulnerabilities I'm looking for, how to exploit them. And then the nifty part is that it can grow, right? Like as I report more and more vulnerabilities, I can have it just like refresh the skills based on these new reports that have come in. Any collabs that I do, like I have a couple of collabs with like with Alex Chapman, with you, with other just high profile hackers. And so if I've got those reports in my inbox, then Claude is able to see them, and I can build skills based off of those reports as well.
And then you use all these skills, the same skills across all the programs, but how do you customize this based on each program? How does that work?
Yeah, so I've got a blanket like default agent file that I've created that also.
One of the more important things to know about skills is like everyone that I know that's heavily using him has a skill writer skill, right? So like they're not like handwriting their skills, like their agents are writing their skills. So it sounds like that's what's going on here, right? Is like they have a skill writer skill that they pass like specific bug bounty reports to per bug bounty program. And then that skill writer skill writes a skill for that program. Easy to follow, right?
I'll use whenever I start any program. However, as I get more involved in the program and Claude learns about the different scope, it can update its memory so it's not going to update its individual agent file, but it'll update its memory file to know what is important to this particular program. So for example, when hacking on the Amazon VRP program, like I really like to find XSS because they pay well. And so in my Amazon directory, the agent might have a note in its memory file saying, really target cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. One, because they're more common in this program, but also because they pay well. Whereas another program might not pay that much, or might not be interested in XSS at all, just because it requires user interaction.
So you're heavily giving this a framework per program, like look for XSS for this one, or this company may be notorious for IDORs, so it also prioritizes these vulnerabilities that are worth it for these bug bounty programs versus the ones that may not care for the same vulnerabilities. So the structure is based on vuln type and impact per program.
Yeah, exactly. But that only works if you have a good agent file to begin with. Like if I were to just take out of the box Claude code, then I'd have to wrestle with it every single time that I start up a new session, telling it, okay, you're a bug bounty hunter. We're going for impact here, not just for vulnerabilities if we're in a pen test. Because Claude Code, what it sometimes does, unless you tell it specifically like you are a bug bounty hunter, is it'll focus on things that don't have a lot of impact, or are just like defense in depth misconfigurations, or things that like you and I know a program would never pay for. So for example, like course misconfigurations, or theoretical vulnerabilities, or vulnerability which isn't
this the same as THM creating their no scope product? So yeah, you're saying like Try Hack Me. So if you guys don't know what their chat is talking about, Try Hack Me is training on the people, like the hackers' behavior on their platform. They're training a product based off of that, right? And there's like been a lot of drama about it. So isn't this the same? So this is a bug bounty hunter themselves writing skills based on their own research and research with like their collaborators, right? And maybe public bug bounty reports I don't know if that's quite the same, right? But I could see the parallel.
Exploitable now, but then maybe exploitable in the future. Like no program is going to pay for those, but Claude Code, unless you tell it otherwise, it like in your initial agent file, it's going to focus on those, and you'll give you that big like jackpot or critical vulnerability found, and you're going to have to kind of steer away from those and coach it. And so just to like avoid that, you can create a very detailed, and this we're spending the tokens on creating a very detailed agent file so that you can just ignore those from the offset. And then so what I do, I've got this agent file which I'll create in every single directory that I'm hunting in. So for example, I'm not sure if my screen's being shared now, but if I wanted to like hunt, say, on John Deere's VDP, I could just say hunt John Deere, and then it creates creates a John Deere directory in my targets folder. And if we ls, we've got my Claude agent file in here, which will tell Claude the general types of vulnerabilities that I like to hunt for, and the reason why we need to go for impact and not just blanket vulnerabilities.
So hunt is just an alias, and that alias does the copying your agent file, creating the folders, and the structure around everything else.
Yeah, that's right. It's just like a 4-line alias.
Where do you import your skills? How do you import the skills? Where do those come to play?
So yeah, I put my skills in the just like home directory /Claude/skills. Yeah, so I've got like a FUF skill, which I just copied from Joseph Thacker's GitHub. So shout out to him. I got like a hunt ATO skill, hunt blind XSS, which has my blind XSS payload. I've got a report writing skill. And then yeah, just a different type of skill for every single type of vulnerability I might be looking for. And then so for example, if we wanted to just like, I'll just do like a hunt RC.
So I'm assuming with the skill and the reports are all the reports that were RC related, and then you import those into the markdown file, and then skill.md is how you verify and look for these different RCs, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I'll go ahead and cat skill.md right now. And so if we look at it, we can see, maybe not go up too far. Here's a description of the skill, but then you're assisting Archangel HackerOne, use RC report, blah, 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 blah. And then RC, it tells it basically how important it is. RC is the holy grail and bug bounty. If you ever get this, I'll look for this. Then we've got a number of different chains we can follow, things to look out for, CVEs that might be useful, etc. And then it goes down the entire skill with the impact, and then different things to consider. So in the same thing, we can look at the same thing for the FUF one, right? So go cd FUF, and this is on just Joseph Thacker's GitHub. So you can go and look at the skill yourself over there. Let's go ahead and cat skill.md.
So it's pretty much like how to use FUF, but it knows exactly what to do. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's lots of examples, because I mean, Claude Code, it's just you're explaining to it using natural language, and so the more context you can give it around not only what to do but why to do it, it's going to perform better. So anywho, yeah, those are skills. Those are skills I've given it. I can add more skills as I find more types of vulnerabilities. In fact, I've got a couple on my back burner that I've been waiting to. This
video is a bit longer than I think I have left for stream. I think I'm gonna hop, but I'll dump it in chat. Ben's a homie. He's good people. And yeah, the thing that's always surprising to me about skills is how basic they are, right? And how short they are. It's always like, oh, I built this like remote code execution skill, and it's like, that's a text file. Like, that's like a 1-page text file. Wow, right? And I'm not downplaying their work, right? They're putting a lot of their secret sauce in there. I'm just like, I'm always surprised at how simple they could be to be effective. It's almost like the simpler the better, right? It's like, no. Like, Claude kind of knows. You just got to like, give it a little secret sauce and a little nudge. And then we're looking pretty good. But it seems like he was about to show a fair bit of the skills in there that they use. So that's pretty cool. I know a lot of these guys play a lot of that stuff close to the chest because it's their bread and butter, right? So, all right, I'm going to hop. It's coming up on 5 hours, so long ass stream, but we did the newsletter and that's awesome. And so, yeah, I will talk to you guys later. I got some more filming I got to do, and then we'll get that done. And then I'll see you guys on Tuesday. All right. See ya.